Hello. So, oopsie. We're still just finishing setup. How is everyone when you come to this video? So we're just gonna welcome you in. Look at the camera. We're just gonna welcome you in to setup. Hopefully you can hear us all okay. We haven't had any issues with the sound as of yet. We're just plugging in the headphones on the other camera so we don't have feedback. Well remembered. And we'll change it round and we'll set up the cards and light the candles. So here goes. Let's just see. Hopefully that's all going to work out okay. Okay. So we've got our cards here today. We're using the Astro star codes today. We've still got our portal openings on the cards from Joy to Coco's lives for the 888 portal. So if you want to, apologies, if you want to understand what all these cards are, then the chapters are there. So if you go to our Joy to Coco channel, you'll be able to go into the description below to find the @Joy to Coco link, and you can just click on that and it should work, and that would take you to the channel with the information of those on. So we're keeping those portals open in the bottom corner. There we go. Important for us to get the alignment. We want to put this over the other side. So let's see if we just do this a moment. There we go. There's our candle. Wonderful. We're all set to go. Okay. Just hearts. So what have you been doing? We're recording this at the weekend. It's a Sunday evening, 5 p.m. UK time, which is UTC, or I'm pretty sure it's just UTC, Universal Time. Not sure what the C stands for, or GMT, British Summertime, GMT +1. So here we go. We're dancing with the earth signs today. Is that able to be made smaller? I think we're actually able to make that smaller. You don't need us big up there in the corner, do you? There we go. There we go. So we can have both sizes now. So we've got our Mercury, which is the ruler of the 6th house, and Virgo. We literally almost forgot about these. And Virgo. And then we've got 2nd house, Venus, and Taurus, because we're on the earth signs, and Capricorn, Saturn, and the 10th house. So we'll look at them closer when we come to it. Taurus is the youngest, then it's Virgo, then it's Capricorn. Taurus is your fixed, Virgo is your mutable, and Capricorn is your cardinal, and all earth signs. So we'll come to them in just a moment. We've got the we normally have like earth to show it's earth, but we don't have that today. But we've got our chamomile and Palo Santo. So we've also got 3 candles, but you can't see the other 2. They're out of the picture. But that's okay. They don't need to be in the picture. Oh, got flyers there. Witchcraft, sorcery, and night. Turn dark, inner troll. 38 and 65. And the packs of cards that we're using today, first of all, we have to thank you for coming to watch this, because let's just, there we go. We have to thank you for coming to watch this, because we would have probably still been in bed today. We had a bed day yesterday, but we did some work from bed. We did like 4 things. We finished editing. We edited a video and uploaded it. We already had one in drafts to finish the information description, so we got that finished. We did a few shorts, daily shorts, and uploaded and scheduled them. And one of them that we uploaded and scheduled, which is tomorrow's, coming out tonight, San, is the card that San got on the Virgo. And we've got Virgo energies in here. So for us, it's the Liffruma portal. And the card that came up for it was Dag, number 24, which is day and purge. And it's about centeredness and balanced, and bridging duality and alchemizing opposites. And so that's going to come out tonight for tomorrow, but it came out in hers last night in Virgo, which we always love because we'd already got the videos up and done. So it shows that how the energies and dancing and intermingling between these collectives of people watching people embracing the tarot readings and using the same packs of cards. And for us, that's a portal, that's a gateway. And these ones actually we've had out on the table, I think all bar like one of them. Maybe no, all bar 2 of them, because they're there to do a meditation with Heather Ensworth but we haven't quite done it yet. The moments haven't been ready, but I think after the energies come in today into these cards from this reading, then they'll be ready to do the meditation, hopefully. So thank you so much for coming to this reading whenever you come to it, because it's giving us the motivation and the drive to keep on going and to keep persisting and coming to it. And although we did a bed day yesterday with some work to relax and wind down, our grounding mat wasn't plugged in on Friday, and it gives us a focus, it gives us a reason, it gives us a purpose. And because we're doing our best to lead by example and walk our talk, it's important that we get certain things done. And so today we boiled the kettle loads because we've got solar panels now, so we can boil the kettle. It's cheaper for us to boil the kettle during the day and fill the sink up with hot water. Plus we forgot to put the hot water on last night, but it's also cheaper, so it works out better. It costs about £1 an hour for our hot water tank, we've figured out, if it's on the cheap nighttime rate, which isn't that much cheaper. And so we put that on, fill the sink with washing up, then, which had already mostly been pre-rinsed. It's got a tray from the freezer in it because we've been attempting to defrost the freezer and it's been too overwhelming and we haven't known what to do with the food that's in there. We were going to get a big like ice tray thing and put some those frozen things in to keep it frozen while we switch the fridge off and the freezer off, but we haven't got around to doing that yet. So it's like, okay, well, let's just do a tray at a time, it seems, and then we can do that and all the trays will be done and it will be a lot easier when we come around to doing it. And then we went into the garden and we mowed the lawn, and we haven't done anything in the garden for, I would say, almost a couple of months now, and because of physical health, mental health, and then one gets out of practice. But we've been really, I'm really proud of us, because even though we haven't been able to get out into the garden, the ones of us haven't just been I don't know, wonging out, wallowing. They've been focusing the attention on these videos, on editing. So even though we've been just struggling physically and mentally, we've had a focus and we've kept going, because it's taken us years to get to this state of reprogramming and training. And so I'm really just proud and chuffed that it's happening. And so then we mowed the grass. It's going to take a few more attempts, couple more attempts, because it's really long. We've never had so much of the mowed grass that we've collected that we then dry out in the summer house, and that then goes on where we're attempting to grow mushrooms, but you have to wait a year and a half to know if they will work. But then you can put a straw and grass on that, and then we cut the borders with the scissors. And it was hot. We were so out of breath, and for the first, we got our pain that we used to get when we do exercise outside in the winter or in the cold. That was really bad when we were like in around 16, because we used to cycle to this stables to do some like horse riding and mucking out, and the lungs would just be so painful, and we'd have to drink warm water to soothe it. So that came in. So I feel we're getting really deep into layers of our lungs that haven't been utilized in decades. We had a major trauma release. So if you're not wanting to be the best version of yourself, and you're not wanting to release residual trauma frequencies from your body, your matrix, your connective tissue, then we advise and suggest that you stop watching now and you leave, because those will be the undertones and overtones of energetics and frequencies in this reading. We did it actually naked. We were going to do it barefoot, and we were just in our knickers and crop top, but we then ended up doing it naked, which goes to show us we went into our real little uns, because that's what happens when we go naked. And then we laid down because it was so painful on our back after doing the mowing a few times. But we also do it barefoot to get the chlorophyll to come in through our feet. And we were going to prepare a video actually for this from Jane 108. But if you can probably just Google it for Jane 108 and chlorophyll. It shows on there, we're pretty sure, if we remember correctly, that iron has one molecular strand different to chlorophyll, and chlorophyll's what the sugars in plants that makes it go green. And we also have liquid chlorophyll that we put in our homemade mouthwash, along with colloidal silver, colloidal gold, colloidal copper, and our moon water. And then we swallow it. It's not just a mouthwash to spit out, and then that cleans the inside. And so we go barefoot, and then I think one of us put the rake away, so we had to pick the grass up with our hands. So we were getting chlorophyll through our feet, through our hands, from the external in, and we'll make up the more mouthwash because we run out after this live, so we're getting it from the inside out. And because it's got one molecular strand different to iron, and we've been kind of tired, the idea is on this frequency healing and molecular healing, or whatever, we're not sure what to call it, that there's something going on to help the iron be absorbed. The iron needs the vitamin C to be absorbed. You also need zinc and copper for them to work in collaboration together in the body. So we're doing it all on the diatomaceous earth is the main foundation for the connective tissue and fascia. So we're kind of working together on like building the roads, which is the diatomaceous earth, to rebuild the body, the minerals, because they're like the trucks that carry the vitamins. And then you've got your vitamins, and we do outside too. So then we laid down and did our humming and our buzzing and our shaking that we do to release trauma. And it was really deep, but luckily we've been programming ourselves to have these really deep releases in a subtle way, and it was subtle compared to how they used to be, but it wasn't as subtle as they have been. Sometimes they've been so subtle we've not even been able to notice them, or we have noticed it, but it's been tricky. We've had to go through chat mirror talks and everything between us all, whereas this one was really noticeable, but we weren't going into full-on body attacks or with each other or anything. And we had the appreciation and the gratitude and the support of Mother Gaia and Father Sky and the sun, with the melatonin and everything going on. So, and we did our polarity therapy, where we have the hands, the opposite way round, rather than in yoga where you have both hands out or both hands down. Polarity therapy, you swap them round. So there's going to be, this is a really healing one, and we just didn't feel like doing anything. And that's why we're grateful. We can also smell barbecues and hear people laughing, and that takes us into the loneliness feelings, but we've navigated through them. And so we're really proud that we're showing up here, and we're showing up here because of you, the viewer, and wanting to put our best in. And so the kitchen surfaces are almost clean, the sink's empty, we've done a washing up, we've washed one of the trays from the freezer, we've got back out in the garden, and we're actually working at the weekend, and we're showing up here, and we did a little bit of work yesterday, and we did a live on Friday. And so this is a new pattern for us. Normally we did once a week on a Friday for 5 weeks, and then we had a week off, and we're going to attempt to do twice a week on Fridays and Sundays to go live. And I think we're going to attempt to do 4 weeks and then have 2 weeks off, or maybe it'll be 4 weeks and 1 week, we're not sure exactly, but we have to give ourselves these focus, and we have to say it out loud on here, because some of you viewers are our alternate personalities. And this is how we're doing the constructive feedback loop of information in and out of the senses, and being the leader that we've not been able to find, being the teacher we've not been able to find. And it's really working as well. And so we're just proud of us. We're grateful to you, especially if you're not one of our alternate personalities coming back to watch this. And we hope that you receive from our heart electromagnetic field to your heart electromagnetic field. But we know you'll receive it, but whether you consciously are aware of receiving these intentions and these frequencies from us, we're not sure. So we'd love to hear your feedback in the comments, and it won't be something that happens immediately. It may take time, but know that they're there in your electromagnetic field, and you can open them up. And the idea is that the most important information coming from us to you, the least important is our words. That's the ones we're strengthening. Hence why watching the back as well is really teaching us, because we don't finish things, we miss things out, we get them back to front. But the more we do it, and the more we surrender to the power of our subconscious and our superconscious, the past, all the data, information and memory in our connective tissue in our body, and the future, the superconscious, the gamma wavelengths, at least that's what we're calling it. So I'm going to trust us, because we have done our research and stuff before. The reason we don't necessarily trust us is because we know we get things upside down and back to front between us all, and the miswiring, but it's getting so much better. So yeah, we're proud of us, and if we're proud of us, we're proud of you, and we'd like you to be proud of yourselves, because you're here, and who we hang around with, and what we choose to absorb and take in our food, our surrounding people, our environment, what we consume and what we watch, what we listen to, all adds to the frequencies of who we become. So if you're attempting to give up smoking and you're hanging around with smokers, it's going to be really challenging. If you're attempting to lose weight, but you're hanging around with people that just sit on the couch and eat loads of junk food, it's going to be really challenging. We're attempting to lose weight, but losing weight is not our focus. And we're eating good foods, but sometimes we still overeat. But we feel we don't still over. Oh, I don't know. We're not sure exactly on the wording, but the thing is, the content of our food's changed. Although we have done Tesco shop, and we've got a couple of little treats coming in, we haven't done one of them for a while. So, and we've been eating meat again, because our body's been needing it, because every time we do one of these, we go deeper, and the deeper we go, the younger we go. So to keep showing up and doing this, even though we're going younger, shows that the relationship between each of us is strengthening and growing. And the meat has all 9 essential amino acids, and so when we go younger, there's something about meat and dairy that comes into play, but it's all local, and it's grass fed, and it's much better that we do that rather than try not to do it and then go to the local shop and get processed shit expensive meat. So yeah, we're here, we're showing up. Let's see if we can do this next pattern that we're changing. We did say the other day, 2 days ago, on Joy to Coco, that patternology is the link between the words and the numbers, the bridge between the two, because you can have the same pattern go on in the numbers, and you can have the same pattern go on in the words or the sounds or what have you. I don't know, we're still attempting to see how it goes. So we've just been giving this quick shuffle. I don't think we're going to do much more of a blurb. It's the Earth energies today. It was the fire energies the other day. Oh, and we watched started watching a series today. We've only watched one episode. It's in Australia, and it's North Australia, so that's triggered some stuff and brought some stuff back from our traveling, because we lived in Cairns, I think, for 6 months, definitely 4 months. It was over a season, and it had a bit of domestic abuse in it as well. So the accent, the place, it's called Little Flowers. So that was quite intense, but also really lovely. And we missed the Southern Hemisphere so much. You know, Born Again Kiwi was our nickname over there. And speaking of which, the Kiwis were the ones that we used to call ourselves a Celtic mongrel, because we were born in Wales, we're half Irish, and we've lived in Cornwall all our life, and we used to go to Brittany for holidays every year for quite a few years. And they're like, why don't you call yourself a Celtic Bitzer? And it's like, that's a much nicer name. So the Celtic Bitzer comes into play, linked to New Zealand, which links to the Southern Hemisphere, which links to Australia. And while we were watching that, we were also figuring out, and we purchased this in December. It was one of our Christmas presents to ourselves, our GoPro camera. And so 5 of Cups just got kind of put to the side there. We could just do that. You're probably wondering why. It's interesting. They're glasses rather than like cups as such, and they're broken. It's reminding us of a dream we had the other day, which was a really interesting, funky shape. It's almost like one small glass and a large glass kind of in one. But yeah, we started figuring out our GoPro camera and charging it up. I think we were going to like maybe attempt to do it in the garden, but we always start off too much at once. These cards were out as well because they've got frogs in them, and we've got all our cards sitting out there ready to do this frog reading on this channel, actually. So maybe it might happen now that we're kind of here doing this. So it's not like a frog reading where you pull cards. It's where we navigate cards related from certain decks related to the number bridges, the number portals and links and connectors, because that's how one of us reads the cards, and through the pictures and the patternology. So we've gone into all of our decks that have a frog in the picture and pulled out the ones with a frog in the picture, because it's going through the patternology of a frog, not a frog. It's going through the patternology of a frog. We really attempt consciously to do our speech, and so we know our THs aren't good, so sometimes we put a TH in place of an F. If you're wondering why that's kind of happening. So it's the Guardian of the Night Tarot. We'll show this better in a minute. We're just kind of doing a little bit of a pre-shuffle. And actually, we'll put you down there now. Let's do this. Okay. So we've got 3 packs to open. So these have had a pre-shuffle. They'll be ready to smudge in a moment. And we'll smudge those in a moment. And here, so we've got our lighters ready. We've got our little lush brand new, so we've got 2, a mini, this one which is a bit smaller, and a wider one, and a little standing knife, and they're so good to have. So we've got a Forest Fae as well, which we're going to use. So we'll take them out, and then we've got these 2 new packs, so we wanted to share with you. Woodland Wardens, a 52 card Oracle deck and guidebook, and Crystal Ball Pocket Oracle, a 13 card deck and guidebook. I don't know if we will have that one, actually. We thought it was animals, but it's not. We're not sure. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, our dexterity is not as good. So when we go younger, you can't really tell that we've gone younger because we've lived with this all our life and not known. And so we tend to just use the one voice. But when we go younger, our body's weaker, and our dexterity isn't there. Unless there's like a sticker on this we can't see and it's holding it together. It doesn't seem to be the case though. There we go. Okay, it's challenging to open, but we're not sure if that's a fair test because it's just to do with us. What's all this? We like it when it has stuff written in the box. Jessica Roux, R-O-U-X, is a Nashville-based freelance illustrator and the author of Florography, an illustrated guide to the Victorian language of flowers. She loves exploring in her own backyard and being surrounded by an abundance of nature. Using subdued colours and rhythmic shapes, she renders flora, fauna, and much more in a richly detailed, old-world style. A seasoned reader of tarot, she loves to include hidden symbolism inspired by the Rider-Waite-Smith deck in her illustrations. And so it was called it's on Amazon Prime. So what was that thing that the series we've just started watching? The Flowers of Alice Hart, and it was Black Fire Orchid. And we found it also really interesting because, I mean, the child that's been abused, she went to the library when she wasn't meant to go to town. She walked into town, went into the library, and got out some books and some myths. And one of the books was about the phoenix rising from the fires and the ashes and rising anew. And so she got in her head about the idea of burning her father so that he could rise from the ashes anew, and she would have a new father that didn't beat her. And it was powerful. And so it was powerful to us because we don't remember our childhood, but we're going through our childhood again, going through the body networks and the brain networks of these different age children. And we can completely, and you hear of children doing horrific things and adults thinking, oh, it's a child that's got a demon in them, or, you know, how could they do that? What were they thinking? And it's like, well, the children aren't thinking. They're not thinking like adults. That's when the subconscious is being programmed, and the language of the subconscious and the superconscious and consciousness, God, is patternology, frequency, symbols, color, pattern, number, all present tense. And so there isn't that the prefrontal lobar cortex hasn't developed like it has in adults to get that conscious mind rationality. It's only starting to develop in the teenage years. And so it takes all your teenage years to get that prefrontal lobar cortex development and rational, logical thinking that enables one to function in society like an adult if everything develops properly. And so for us, we're going in and out of these like weird altered states of consciousness, and we just when that theme came up and when she was watching that, we just had this like, I suppose what some might call an epiphany, such a moment of clarity and insight, because it's like we completely understand her thinking of burning her father alive and setting him on light to have a new father. And it's not done out of hatred or malice, it's done out of love for him, because she loves him and she knows he doesn't mean to do what he's doing. He's just not able to manage and navigate his emotions, and the majority of people projects their pain and anger out on another. Hurt people hurt, and I think we said this somewhere else the other day as well. For us, we project ourselves pain inwards the majority of the time and hurt ourselves, and a lot of people don't understand when people hurt themselves. But from our perspective, it's much better to hurt yourself than to hurt someone else. But that's the minority that think like that, and people generally don't they don't even have the awareness to attempt to put themselves in someone else's shoes, and then to attempt to put yourself in someone else's shoes, if you do have the awareness, is actually really challenging. And hence why we have to read other people's stories or books or watch things to attempt to understand how other people think. And so this is our understanding of compassion for others, compassion for self, and how we enable ourselves to start living in a harmonic global nation, which seems to be a major theme lately. That was really interesting. I think we just pulled that up on a frog card then. And so reading that book there, it's from the flowers, Language of the Flowers. We used to have a flower fairy book, which we loved as a kid as well. Lots of nature things. The way she says rhythmic shapes. Our titles come up with something like that before, because some of the words that some of us use, like, we're constantly playing detective on ourselves and figuring out what one of us means from writing the title on one of these videos, or what one of us means from the thumbnail they've created on the videos, because there's so much information and codes coming in from the thumbnails and the titles and then the content of the video, and it's all different, but it's all kind of coming together. And it also says here renders, which I think is similar to rendering. And we've just come across that word because when the video has just been edited, to upload it, not upload it to YouTube, but to export it and save it, it renders it. And we haven't looked that word up to know what it means, because if we were looking at words to know what they mean, would be like just looking at words all the time. And it's better now. When we're younger, we weren't able to use a dictionary, because, you know, we might be looking up something that started with an F and we'd be looking at the THs, you know, we wouldn't know where to start even to look at the word. Whereas we've been starting to use a thesaurus and synonyms and really, you know, lots of things like that lately. And what else did she say here? She's a seasoned reader. We really like the way she words that. It's beautiful. There it is. We picked it up and it was on a frog, which is number 6. So this is already connected for us to Virgo, metamorphosis. So it's the frog and lotus and metamorphosis. For us, that's normally connected to the butterfly. So we find that really interesting. It's connected to the frog, and we've been talking about us just doing the frog reading. We're automatically finding these cards a bit challenging because of our autism and the way we feel stuff, which we've been doing lots better of as well, because we can find the compost hard and all kinds of things. But it's similar to this as in cardboard, but this is a smooth cardboard and it's slightly rough. It's not too rough, but it's slightly rough, and we find that challenging. We find it challenging putting our hands into flour. It's not so much putting them in the flour. We kind of actually quite like it when it's in the flour, but it's the feeling when it comes out of the flour, putting your hands in soil, the feeling of the dry soil on your hands. So all of this is stuff that we're having to kind of navigate and retrain and reprogram ourselves with, which is very related to the autism we feel. Okay. So we've done all our cards and a pre-shuffle. So that's why we apologise. Well, we wanted to open these up on here, but we apologise for not pre-shuffling. No, it's not really necessary for an apology, but that's an explanation that we didn't pre-shuffle those. So we wanted to just quickly pre-shuffle them. We've told you how to find what we're doing with those cards. We'll put that away. We're not going to use them. Okay. We invite you just to take a few long, slow, deep inhalations and exhalations. And we're just going to suggest a pattern, actually. Breathing in through your nose and then out through your nose, out through your mouth, out through your nose. So we see that if you know about sewing at all, using a sewing machine, when we learn, I don't know, not everyone does this, we see, but when we've stitched a line and to seal the end, we just go back and forth a couple of times at the end of the sewing, the stitching on the machine, and that seals it. Because if you just like end up getting 2 threads and tying a knot in it at the end, that could break and then it'll unfray. Whereas if you've done it a few times back and forth, then it's kind of like sealed it, so it's more durable and it'll last longer if that knot at the end comes undone. And so that's how we see the inhalation, the exhalation. We're still doing the breathing through the nose, but because we can't release all of our air through the nose because of adhesions in the body and stuff that's going on in the body, which we feels trauma related, the trauma residues in the body, and that seems to be a thing we're talking about at the moment. Frogs normally cleansing and purification and in the water, but we've just seen its metamorphosis. So we're really transforming, alchemizing, transitioning, metamorphosizing the trauma frequencies to really cleanse them away. That's why we've got the Palo Santo. Palo Santo is a special one. I think it's the Aztecs, Native American Indians, and like kind of North America for like the sage and the smudging. But when you smudge this Palo Santo, it's more South America and the Aztecs. But we might have that wrong. Always do your own research. And then we've got our own one grown from the garden of chamomile, from the chamomile lawn that we have. So there's a big focus around that. So in through the nose, out through the nose, out through the mouth, out through the nose. So it's and a gentle pause at the top and a gentle pause at the bottom. So we're just going to bow our head and put our hands on our heart. You may wish to do the same. We interlink our thumbs, or we just touch them, kind of like a butterfly. But this is the thinking, this is the left and right hemispheres. So we're linking and bridging the left and right hemispheres of the brain, even twining them or bridging them. That's frozen. Okay. Having a little subtle shake and rock as well at the same time. Feel free to join in with the humming or the buzzing. Giving your jaw, your lower jaw, a little wiggle left and right, up and down, forward and backwards. That's how we clear, release, but also connect deeply within to our heart and our body and our core, to source energy within. So we'll light the candles. We're going to light three candles, the three flames related to the 8-8 portal. It's an 8-8 portal. 8-8. So for us, we're saying 3, but it's 2 because we kept saying it. It's like, well, why aren't we saying 3? We mean 3. So it's the 8-8-8 portal. On Tuesday in 2 days. So when you're watching this, whenever your time is, you're connecting in to these frequencies. Today is the 6th, and it's when Venus disappears out of the skies. So it's a really mystical time. She's then conjunct the sun on the 13th of August, and then on the 21st August she reappears in the sky as the morning star, whereas she's just disappeared out of the sky as a nighttime sky as a nighttime star. It came up with scar because it's emotional scars from the traumas left in the connective tissue and the body, but you may also have physical scars or chemical scars. So it's whatever, all types of scars. I think that's because we watched Jenny Florence's reading this morning, and she was talking about how she calls it emotional scars. So we have our solar plexus, flame, flower, lotus flower, the lotus flower and the frog for the metamorphoses. And then we have our pale grey, cool grey stone heart candle holder. So they are out of the picture, but they are here. And so when you come to watch this video, whenever it is, you're connecting in with the energies of that day. So you're having a revisit of the energies that you may have experienced once already consciously and been aware of it, or unconsciously and you weren't aware of it. So now you're experiencing these energies again consciously, because we can tap into whatever day, energetics, planets we want to. Although time is a linear construct and exists in this 3 dimension, it isn't doesn't mean that the gateways and the portals aren't accessible at any time if that's where you want to put your imagination and your creation, just like this 8-year-old girl or 12-year-old girl earlier. And so the 8-8 portal, 8-8-8 portal is in 2 days. And for us, it's the practice ground of the 8-8-8 portal, because next year's the obvious 8-8-8 portal, which there'll be a lot more bigger collective embracing, because the majority of people just add up the numerology. For us, we subtract it for contraction, for Saturn energies, we add it up for Jupiter expansion archetypal energies, and then we multiply and divide as well. And so 2 times 3, 2023, is 6, and then plus the 2 is 8. So we have an 8-8-8 practice ground with a smaller collective of people. I don't know how small, maybe just us. I've never heard anyone else do numerology like this for us. So it may be, if you're watching this now and you want to join in, it's a really small collective. We love this smell. Thank you, Palo Santo. So it's open your eyes with the imagination and the creativity of an innocent child, where there isn't logical, rational, adult, prefrontal, lobal cortex, conditioned society ways of thinking. And this is a big theme behind our readings and our energies as well, because the reason we do this with the cards is this is how our little ones learn. This is how we connect all aspects of us and all of our altered states of consciousness, being aware in our conscious, but also bringing our subconscious and our superconscious into our conscious awareness. We knew that was going to happen with the white bits, but it still happened anyway. But that's okay. So we'll put that there, Paris. And so, yeah, the Palo Santo is like it clears trauma frequencies. It resets. Okay. It's a very fine white ash as well, it's seeming. And that was also very fitting when we were talking about the phoenix rising from the ashes. We've never heard of anyone burn chamomile or anything. We've just like our chamomile, our hyssop. We've just ended up burning that, using it as a smudging and burning it. There's no reason we don't see why we can't use any different plant material, make a smudge bundle and burn it. And the fact it's homegrown and homemade means it's all our energetics, which is very, very healing as well. Chamomile is very calming, resetting the trauma frequencies, clearing the traumas, and then calming us down, facilitating, because when we release trauma, we're releasing adrenaline. We're going into the instinctual fight, flight, freeze. We're putting a real strain and stress on our adrenals. So we invite in to bring calmness and restore our adrenals back to their optimum resonant frequency through energetic intention like this: heart, body, soul, spirit, God connected, but also through the content of food and liquids that we drink, and through herbal medicine that we use, such as chamomile. We can drink chamomile, eat chamomile. For us, we do our frequency healing, like we were saying about our liquid chlorophyll earlier. We create the same frequencies inside our body as external of our body, to restore our levels of the way our iron and everything works, because we feel the digestive system and the processing system of the body all goes out of sync as well. And we've just noticed on the bottom there, we have the Empress number 3, which is a fox. You've got a fox curled up asleep, and then it's mother fox and baby fox. And fox, with a lot of stuff's popped up lately about fox and trickery, and yeah, a few things with fox has popped up lately as well. So thank you, chamomile. Thank you, Palo Santo. So our collarbone and the displacement. So here goes. Thank you, elemental earth consciousness, for welcoming us in. We might just do this actually and do that again. We're still attempting to best learn it. There we go. Through the portal of the World Wide Web, and through the heart portals of anyone and everyone that comes to watch this, whatever time, wherever they are in the globe, we invite in the elemental consciousness of the earth, earth as in earth, not earth as in the planet and the globe, because for us, earth as in the planet and the globe, it's all of the elements. It's space, ether, which one needs to fit all the other elements inside of earth, water, fire, air. And so thank you, earth elemental consciousness, for welcoming us in to perceive and experience the energies through your lenses of perception. And we have our cards here. Thank you, cards, for all the energies and clarification and information that you're going to bring to us in the reading. And Taurus, We can strip this back now. The Taurus energies, the youngest of the signs. We've been putting the youngest over here, so we'll keep doing that. Virgo and Taurus is the cardinal, fixed, youngest and fixed. Virgo, the middle age and mutable. And Capricorn, the oldest and the cardinal. And we'll look at those cards closer. And we've just realised Ophiuchus we do on these as well. So we didn't prepare a card for Ophiuchus, but we do have these here from Friday. So we're going to use the same ones again. So these were the cards that we had out on Friday for Ophiuchus. So we're going to use those same ones again for Ophiuchus. There we go. We are just going to go and get the earth elemental sign because we would like to have that there. So it's the same pack. So it's the same pack of cards that we used on Friday, but we used on Friday for these cards. This card we had down here was different. So this is from the Black Moon Astrology that we're using for the elemental force, which is earth element stability, and it's number 38. And we'll talk about the 8-8 portal. And on our Joy to Coco video, we said how 3 is half of 8, especially when one has trauma. It's kind of like a printer that has the ink starting to run out, or it's getting misaligned, and you can see a 3, but it's meant to be an 8, but it's just missed some of the printing and looks it hasn't printed it all out because the ink's running out and it's misaligned. And so you see a 3 when really it's an 8. So that's really fitting, actually, that's the case. And these were in the meditations as well. And we were talking about the triangle sign with the line through it going down. So water goes down, that's the triangle without a line, feminine energy. Earth goes down with a line, and then the triangle that points up, they're both masculine, and the one without a line is fire, and the one with a line is air. So we're just going to have this. You can't see the whole card, but that's okay. We're going to have this up here so that we have the energetics and the focus within us still going on. There we go. We'll just sort out our posture. Okay. We've got the heart, origami hearts here as well, of the colours for the channel. So thank you, Liffruma, for giving us the cards best needed and suited for understanding the earth elemental consciousness, astro energies, and Ophiuchus. We will do Ophiuchus on its own at the end, so there'll be Ophiuchus rather than earth being the theme. It'll be Ophiuchus that's the theme, and these will be all Ophiuchus, but there'll be water, earth, fire, air. But we see it as you've got the inside out and the outside in. So what we're doing at the moment is the Ophiuchus from inside of each element, and then later on it'll be Ophiuchus from the outside, which contains all the elements. It's our understanding of the energies from an intellectual, rational, prefrontal lobal cortex perspective is developing as we develop our words and learn our little ends. We know it all intuitively, and in our body and in our heart we've got this knowing in every way, but this area here, our conscious mind, we surrendered ourselves to the power of our sub and super conscious minds, and surrendered the need to know of our conscious mind, and that our conscious mind would catch up as and when and if it needed to. And so the rest of it is all coming out in that way. So we've got a jumper now. That came out as we're talking about the conscious mind and the need to know. So we're going to read that at the end as a bonus card. We'll put it over here with the earth element, and that can be a bonus card at the end to understand we're in earth stability. So that will give us an understanding of the conscious mind and stability. And we're just sorting out some cramp in our foot. And look at that as we put it down. We have moon 39. 39 is the next number up from we haven't done that before. We're doing replacing F's with THs. That's interesting. 38 is the number of stability that we just looked at on the earth element, and this is the next number up. Recognize the moon. We live by the cycles of the moon. And I think we're in Aries today, which actually was a perfect day to mow the lawn because the moon is disseminating now. She's in going from full moon to new moon, which is a really good time to weed, to do the tidying up, to root. The energy's going down, the sap's going down. So doing root vegetables, cutting to decrease growth. If you wanted to increase growth, you do it from the new moon up to the full moon. But this information is more for our lunar Liffruma. Okay. So after we finish shuffling, the top of the pack's going to be the opening valve for earth, and the bottom of the pack's going to be the closing valve for earth, which we'll open the reading with and end the reading with. And then we'll choose the 3 in the middle, unless some jump out, but they didn't. So Capricorn, because you're the oldest. Virgo, Taurus, Ophiuchus. We can tidy it up in a minute. Top is the opening valve. You can go over here. We're going to do you guys in just a moment. We'll do you next. And so the top, the other valve, that can go, the closing valve, that can go over here. We might actually put you up here because you'll be all in alignment then. There you go, Liffruma. We can actually put you up there. So we said we were going to show you the packet better. This is the Guardian of the Night Tarot. We love the back of it as well. Full moon again, the bees. We've just come from, this is a very special month. That's probably where the moon energies are coming up, because we've had the full moon in Aquarius at the start of the month on Tuesday the 1st. It was in the evening here. And then at the end of the month, in the same, you've got the full moon in Pisces. So for us, this is really impactful because Pisces and Aquarius, along with Scorpio, but we're talking about Pisces and Aquarius at the moment, but they're the only 3 astro signs that have 2 cards in the tarot, or 2 planets. That you have the traditional planet for Aquarius being shared with Capricorn, actually, which is in this reading, and Saturn being the ruler. The traditional planet for Pisces being Jupiter, which is shared with Sagittarius. And then you have Scorpio, and the traditional ruler is Mars, shared with Aries. But you have the outer planets now And the outer planets are for, rather than it being traditional, modern. So Aquarius has Uranus, Pisces has Neptune, and Scorpio has Pluto. Now, Pluto is the judgment card, number 20 in the tarot. Neptune is the hanged man, number 12. And we've been talking about dreams and imagination and creation. So that's the modern at the end of the month for Pisces full moon coming up. And Aquarius's modern ruler is Uranus. Now, these three outer planets, so that would be your modern rulers, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, of the Astro energies, Aquarius, Pisces, and Scorpio, are what affect. They've got long planetary cycles. Pluto, for instance, takes 248 years to do a cycle around the sun. And these longer cycles that go around the sun take longer. They affect they affect everyone. Your transpersonal, then you have your 5 personal planets, your sun, your moon, your Mercury, Venus, and Mars, and we've already been talking about Venus today. And then you have your transpersonal planets, which we see as the bridge between the personal and the collective of humanity, which is your Saturn and your Jupiter, your contraction energies and your expansion energies. And you've also got Saturn and Jupiter, that's your Aquarius and your Pisces. So you've got your Aquarius and Pisces on the bigger collective. That bigger collective of humanity is broken down into smaller collectives of whatever it might be. It might be a 10-20 year cycle for each sign. I mean, if we were to do the maths now, 248 years, if you were to divide that by 10, that would be 24 years, but it's actually 12. So Pluto may be around 20 years. We don't know. We haven't worked any of this out. Well, one of us has worked this out, but we don't know it off the top of our head like this. And we're not in those energies. The ones that work stuff out don't function very well when we're like this. But that's more of they're more of the linear mind, or states of consciousness. And so let's say it's a 20-year cycle anyway, there'll be a 2 generations. If you talk about a generation being a decade, 10 years, there'll be 2 generations that are all influenced. For instance, Libra, Pluto in Libra, our brother who was born in 76, us that are born in 80, and we'll talk about Pluto now, aren't we? So if that's 80 and 76, I think we might be on the cusp. So it might be people born from like the 60s up to the 80s, early 80s, let's say. There'll be a collective of Libra in the Pluto collective of humanity. So it's a smaller collective of humanity that goes around a certain generation, a certain period of time. And then if we were to go on about it, you'd end up having, thank you for Capricorn, thank you for Virgo, and thank you for Taurus. The opener and the closer. Thank you, Guardian of the Night Tarot. And things like the food that comes out, the dance moves, the colours, the fashion, all of this we feel has an impact because of consciousness wanting to evolve and involve. Evolution outwards, involution inwards. The tarot is a tool for transformation inwards. We're talking about the frog and the lotus, which is this card here, which is metamorphosis. And so all of that is ways of getting the body, because there's so much information coming into us all the time that there's always codes, light codes, sound codes, patternology codes, picture codes, sensory system codes going in through the skin, and the touch and vibration through the skin rather than vibrations through the frequency of sound. For example, if you've got a big bass on a speaker but you've got headphones on and they're silencers, or if you're deaf, you'd still be able to feel the thud and the movement in your body. And so all of this is just and so the latest one that's come to us as well, and when you do selfies and you're smiling and pouting at the same time, it's all because our face and our reflexology is a reflection of what our internal body looks like. Crowded teeth, crowded body inside, how our skin and our spots is, and our teeth, our face relate to organs and relate to the inside of our body. So you can't see the inside of our body from an obvious perspective, but actually you can see how the health of the inside of someone's body
from their face. So we're not going to get too much into all of that. It's really interesting that we've finally been able to get some of that out loud like this, because it's that we get so much going on inside, but there's a lot of us locked, there's some of us locked inside still, and so to get the information out in this format is awesome, especially then when we watch and listen to it back, because then it just will get stronger and stronger. Yes, and help us grow up our stunted generational consciousness that got impacted because of our early childhood traumas. That's created all of this. And the stronger we get in our authenticity and our sense of self, thank you for Capricorn, thank you for Virgo, the more we'll be able to not let other people's assumptions and judgments, accidental, whatever, impact us, because this is us and this is who we are. And it is challenging and hard work, but they're also frequencies that can go out for all of you guys as well. And then for the Forest Fae, so we're not too bad. We can be talking for an hour or two before actually getting stuff done. So we have been talking, but we've actually got the layout of the cards done as well. Sometimes we can be silent, sometimes we can put music on, but we didn't check our music to see if it's the one uploaded that we cut off the end of someone talking of it or not, because we recorded it but we talked at the end, you see, so we needed to cut that off, and we didn't manage to be prepared to check that, and it's worked out all good anyway, because we've had a little natter with you as we've done the cards. And we were talking about the number 24 earlier. 24 in the Liffruma card that went out on Santaro's Virgo last night. That's coming out tonight on our daily Liffruma short for tomorrow. 888 portal adds up to 24, which equals a 6. So okay. Ophiuchus, we're forgetting you. Look at that. Here we go, Ophiuchus. Even when it's in front of us, we forget it. When we forget something, for us, that means we're not connected to it fully within ourselves. And for us, Ophiuchus, it's the great healer, the serpent bearer, the Kundalini energy, all of the rainbow frequencies and energies. And we didn't even have the capability of saying Ophiuchus in our last ShintoSEYE live. It was just the bonus card. Because this is connected to the past energetics of us, and the past energetics of us didn't know about it, but as we are growing and connecting more, we're knowing about it. So there you are, Ophiuchus. We would say apologies for getting, but we didn't forget, because that's brought us into a new conscious awareness of what's going on. And actually, while we're here now as well, we are just going to say, we know Reem, it's 609, to get that 609, which is 189 from the 24-hour code, and we were just talking about 24, so 189 is 99, 99 is compassion. 6 and 9 is the Tesla code, but it's also the Cancer sign, if you put it around to its side, which is the chest area, the breasts and the stomach. And, you know, it's about love and the roots and the family. And house 4 is foundation, perseverance, structure, stability. So we put the intention in now to, because we watch Reem stuff as well, and Reem is one of the people that helped channel the energies for this Liffruma deck. So we welcome it. We don't know how to put words in it, but we have the intention of what we want to do now, because she's going live with her collective. Her collective's big. And this is all about for the betterment of humanity, about the empowerment of humanity. And so whatever's in everyone's best interests, because we wanted to watch Reem, we thought she was going live last night. It's like, yay, we get to do our lives, we get to see Reem do hers and tap into those energies, and then we get to do ours again. But that wasn't the case. But we're both going live through this World Wide Web portal at the same time. So when we do watch that live back, it'll be interesting to see if there's anything that's overlapping or bridging, just like we're talking about San and the Liffruma card with San, because if the way we understand energy to be the case, then it wouldn't surprise us if there is some stuff overlapping. I think she'll probably be doing all the star signs, but we're just doing the earth ones. So it'll be connecting into the earth bridge that kind of goes on between us and her. So here we go. And then it's I think that's winding up from feeling. We're not going from a conscious mind remembering now, but we feel like going anti-clockwise opens, because we're feeling looser and slacker. And when we do this, we feel tighter. But that's not to say what's going on in us in the first place. I know in witchcraft there is, you go one direction and it tightens, one tightens, one loosens, one closes, one opens. The one that loosens opens. So we're on the opening valve, which we're feeling this in this moment. It's anti-clockwise from the way our body responds. That's also related to polarity therapy as well, and the direction of the spin, the direction of the vortex of energy and the toroidal flow going down the center, the center, the shape, the center being actually the 24, the dark card 24 day that we keep talking about from the Liffruma deck, is like that egg timer shape. The center of the Taurus, the donut shape, is an egg timer shape, and you have both directions. Actually, you've got anti-clockwise and clockwise on both directions. So we're on Earth, so the energies will be coming up and lifting, which is ironic because Earth is a gravitational pull that pulls you down. But we said you've got both directions going. So we are consciously now, we're realizing in this moment through our words, talking about so gravity pulls the body down, but when we push our feet into the ground, Newton's law, equal and opposite reaction of a force, then there's ought to be a feeling of a gentle push back up if one's body's functioning in its optimal resonant frequency. Our body, we still don't feel that in our body fully, and so that is what, and a lot of people we feel probably doesn't feel that, again probably related to trauma and the impact of trauma on the body. Be one of many reasons, because the way we dance and function is there's at least 6 reasons and they're opposites, which means there's 12 reasons. And so yeah, the portals of Reem that we're connecting into will be, unless she does Ophiuchus as well, which she doesn't normally, that we've noticed, it will be Capricorn, Virgo, although that might not be the case. That's a very logical, structured way of thinking. And Taurus, we were going to say, because that's the earth sign. So it could be that, but it also could be their polar opposites, which means it would be the opposite of Capricorn is Cancer, the opposite of Virgo is Pisces, the opposite of Taurus is Scorpio. But it could also be on the qualities. So it could be Cancer. We could see these energies show up in the cardinal energetics. We could see that's on Capricorn, Cancer axes, in the cardinal energies. And if it's in the cardinal energies, that automatically brings in Aries and Libra. So actually Capricorn could show up in Aries, Libra, or Cancer. So it could show up in all of them, with the laps that go on. So this is the multi-dimensional reality that is available to us if we wish to embark fully on the unseen energetics, but it can be overwhelming. It can be a lot of information. And so we choose choice, free will of what we dance with. And so thank you, Earth Elemental Consciousness, on the opening valve, for already opening up all of that information that's come through to us already, of the potential that's there. And what we're seeing may seem a bit overwhelming and quite a lot, because we're not just looking at one part of Capricorn or Taurus or Aquarius on its own. We're looking at the whole. And we're seeing how the whole all interconnects through the different portals, through the different gateways. And for us, it relates to the body as well. Capricorn being the ruler of the skin, the bones, the joints, the backbone, the knees. And if it's the ruler of all of that, for us, that would also relate into the hair and the nails, because they're all similar. We also know 32 hertz on our weighted tuning forks is for the skin and the hair. So if that's for the skin and the hair, then it all interlinks for us again as well. That's how we make these connections. And then for Virgo is the stomach. No, Cancer's the stomach as the organ. Virgo's the abdomen and the intestines. And then Taurus is your throat and your vocal cords. But we're having a bit of a disconnection there with that one as well. But we know that one. So, and Ophiuchus, we see Ophiuchus goes through all of it again, like the vagus nerve that we've talked about before as well. So what Liffruma card do we have for the opening valve of the Earth Elemental Consciousness of stability with Earth? We have a really beautiful earthly card. We've got a daily short on this one as well. And look, with this is the pattern. Look at the water coming up to the bottom of the rune. So that egg timer shape, you've got the egg timer, which is like an 8 actually, and we're in the 888 portals 2 days before, and that's like the egg timer. When you've got the sand in the egg timer, the sand creates this whirlpool vortex thing, but it's not linear, it's going round in like your DNA spiral. And so this image going up, in and down would be that patternology, and so it's sucking the water up and down, and then it comes out in the middle. So we feel described the two Tauruses together on top of each other for that to be able to happen, because you have Tauruses within Tauruses. Everything has a Taurus on it. That's the complexity of the energies in the body as well. And what we've been recently doing with this is that pattern that we're seeing going up, but put it the other way, is in our meditations, it's been coming us to, we've been too squashed, we're getting to, something's going on, and so it's about pulling the threads out of our crown chakra because of the energies coming in and the flow coming in. We're needing to pull it back out. And on our, with the mohawk as well, the mohawk's pulling it out. On our little orange amber doll that we've got with the little knife and the sheath, she's got a mohawk. On our spiritual painting that was done for us, it's got like a pointy crown coming out, and we're doing that up at the bottom, the top, and on the bottom. So you may wish to visualize this or sense this. We're deaf, dark, blind, and dumb inside. When we say visualize, you don't need to visualize with your third eye sense or anything else. You can just imagine someone else outside of you, or you can be someone with many arms, and while you're laying all restful and your hands on your heart or whatever, you've got these other arms coming out of you, and these other arms coming out of you that are energetic and unseen to the visible eye is pulling the threads out. Or you could imagine a god or an angel or the stars pulling the threads out, and the same with the bottom. So that's really interesting that patternology is coming up and opening that up. We have it's sap. Sap is in trees. Sap preserves. You have flies or insects and all kinds of things that get preserved in sap for centuries. It's how a lot of people have understood our history and our past. Impassioned, it's about the passion. So what we're seeing there now is, we're trying to get the angle, there we go, is we were talking about when we live from passion from our heart, we've been taking in the cosmic frequencies and these higher, faster vibrational frequencies, the frequencies and the vibrations of the imagination and creation of the violet, of the rainbow, but being too much so, we need to put it back out. But at the same time, we need the energies that are coming up from Earth that we're talking about going upwards need to be pushed back out the top. So that's the counterbalance, the equal and opposite force, although that's Newton's laws, and the Newton laws don't work in the quantum realms. It's different mathematical equations. And if you want to understand that more, you can go to Nassim Haramein. But these faster vibrations coming in is to take them in through the body, to go down through all the different energy chakra vortices and vibrations, to then alchemize them in, so we can bring our dreams into the physical manifestation after these frequencies and these energies in the imagination thought realm have transitioned through the body and then come out the bottom. So you've got the up and you've got the down. And sap can be really slow moving as well. So the heart being impassioned, anything that we do, it doesn't matter what it is, who we are, if we're living from our passion and from our heart, then beautiful things with the compassion. 1809, 609, 18 being a 9, 99 being compassion, that we talked about earlier when we were connecting into Reem, which is perfect actually, because that's the Tesla code as well. It was 609. They're both numbers from the Tesla code, which is the unseen energetic through the portal into her life. 69 could also be 96 if you turn it around. 96 is the number of forgiveness. And we were talking about this month, 2 full moons in this month. We're working on a collective of a global nation of Neptune energies, which is also your imagination, the modern ruler of Pisces, and Uranus energies waking up, bigger collectives waking up in humanity, on the Aquarius collective as well, which is about the humanitarian and about technology actually. And it's a blue moon, the Pisces moon, because it's 2 in the same month. So when Earth wakes up, which she did in 2020, spring of 2020, it was a challenging time for a lot of humanity, because a lot of humanity aren't used to going inwards on themselves. And when Earth wakes up, humanity wakes up. But humanity wakes up because of the individual choice, because of the choice of the individual, whether they choose to wake up or not. And when the individual does choose to wake up and choose to become managed, self-accountable, self-responsible, self-heal, then the collective of humanity can wake up. And the collective of humanity can heal. And when the collective of humanity starts to heal, and you don't need to have an equal amount, it can be a much smaller portion of humanity waking up and healing, which will create an effect to change the collective unconscious, which are the energies that the majority react to. But then that means that Mother Earth can heal as well, and we'll start treating Mother Earth with the respect that she deserves. And this is a very earthly card with all the elements in here, sap being like a liquid form, but eventually it goes into a solid form. You've got the water. 46 is the number of domestic harmony. We were talking actually about cleaning our kitchen earlier, and we started domestic harmony of the garden, of domestic harmony and mowing the grass. We've never thought of it like that before. That's fascinating. 64 for us. So we have the masculine energies, the feminine energies, which are for us the 3D dimensional energies. 12 being the masculine, the baker's dozen, the linear, the 12, what we've made linear of the 12 months, the 12-hour clock. But you also have 13, which is the feminine, the curves, and both of the 12 and the 13, the masculine and the feminine of the seen tangible reality. And then 64 is related to the Merkaba, and there's something that Nassim Haramein does on this as well, which is for us the divine masculine, the unseen energetics of the masculine. And the feminine for that, we haven't got a number as such. We think it's just anything. Because it's the unseen feminine is the whole. The feminine's the whole, the masculine's the part. And we're living in a very part, thinking the part, dichotomy, fragmented society, masculine dominant society as it is, and we need to start thinking of the multidimensional, the whole. And so the whole of the feminine is just whatever the whole is out there that's unseen, of the mysteries of life. So it doesn't have a number related to it as such. But then this is just one perspective from some of us, which we're still figuring out as well. So there's a lot coming out of that card there. And we're seeing now that when this water does come up, like us, what is it called when the air currents take a water up? A water, it's not a typhoon's wind, but is there a water hurricane, a water typhoon? We're sure there's a name for that coming up, and then that would turn these and switch these gates to lift up, which will open it, like when you've got a latch on a gate and you click the latch down on the gate and it opens it up. And this is the opening valve, the opening gate for the earth elemental energies. So it looks like the opening gate of the earth elemental energies is the latch is lifted up through the dynamics of air and water functioning together. So oxygenating your water before you drink it. What is the quality of your water drinking like? Are you drinking plastic bottled water? Because that's not harmonic to Earth's environment. Maybe consider doing some research into shungite or other filters so you can filter out your tap water. 4 is the number of stability again. Earth element is 38, but it's the earth element of stability in the card that we said at the beginning, stability. 38 actually adds up to 11. Which is the number of Aquarius, which is the energies that we're in from the full moon at the moment, going to the Pisces full moon energies. 3 again being half of 8 abstractly, or with the printer missing its ink. 8 minus 3 is 5. Your 8 and your 5 are your 5 star is they're the patterns that Venus makes. If you were to get like a spirograph or do the patternology of the rotation, it's a flower. Now we're not sure on our pronunciations, we've got to look, but we're going to just be simple on this and just go was, sap, impassioned. The ground swell surge that defies the gravitational pull of all things. To be sapped, to shrink or shrivel, that is ended and over. This is when you get back up. No, you will walk on. Sap rises when ready. Sap drives itself upwards. Sap creates growth of tremendous pressure. The power almost splits the trunk as it forces through the ancient branches. When a tree weeps or bleeds, it is in joy that it is alive and still growing. So everything we were just talking about there relates to stuff that's in this poem. Sap goes down or up. We were talking about the water going up, and this says defying the gravitational pull. We were talking about that. It's talking about pressure, the pressure in the body. We're talking about the opening valve. The opening and the closing valve changes the pressure in the body. It can be a huge force, pressure as in a force. And it's talked somewhere about that is ended, that is over. We're talking about the ending and the trauma, residual trauma frequencies in the body being over. This is the final purging, the frog and the lotus at the start with the woodland's guardian of metamorphosis, a metamorphosis in frog form, which is land and water. Or is it just, well, no, frogs like to be in water as well, but you don't have to have frogs in water. You can get tree frogs, for instance. But that's in the rainforest, and there is a lot of water there. Toads are the ones that are more in water, we feel. So yeah, that's amazing. But that isn't amazing as in, oh, we were kind of psychically or our intuition's on form. This card's come up before. We've read this poem before, and we may not remember it, and we may not have been able to tell you what it was about. but our subconscious and our superconscious knows. Our subconscious has got all data information in the body from this life and other lives, from our generational lineage, from our cultural lineage. The superconscious has access to the Akashic records, or whatever else one wants to call the abundant, not abundant amount, it's the everything, which is nothing, of just information out in space, which we can't see because we see it as nothing. But what we can't see that seems like nothing is everything. And that's that card 24 again that we keep talking about, the alchemization of opposites, bridges duality. And so the Guardian of the Night tarot card to go with this, Tito Bomo Itaitama, is just amazing and magical. Thank you, my lovelies, for sharing. You have the, is it the caduceus, which is like the symbol they use in medication, in the medical industry of the two. It's the Ida and the Pingala in Hindu and Sanskrit. It's the yang and the yin. It's the union and the harmonizing of your masculine energies and your feminine energies. It's the lovers, which is, it's kind of like choice, but it's also marriage. It's union, marriage and union. A lot of people, we don't do our energies about reading external of us. We read the energies from internal of us, because we can't change anyone else. We can't be in control of what happens out there. There's no point in us giving you narratives and stories of what could be but might not actually happen, because we feel that's kind of potentially spoon feeding narratives that may never happen, and gives false hope. And we experience all this because that's what we've had to navigate our little ones through, so much disappointment. And one of the reasons we haven't been in the garden for ages is because of disappointment, and disappointment can be a debilitating emotion to navigate. And so we're not going to feed false information, we're not going to spoon feed you, we're going to empower you. We're opening your eyes to experience tarot and reading cards in a new way, in a way that's more empowering, where it's us. Because when we are the change we want to see in the world, when we change, we will lose people out of our life. It is going to be challenging, it is going to be painful, but then we will find the people to welcome into our life that will vibrate on that holistic health and well-being frequency, where it's healing and beneficial to us and Mother Nature. There's a symbiotic relationship that goes on within and without. There's not a duality reality of anger and war and fighting. There's an emotional maturity of discussion rather than shouting with an anger within conflict, and that can lead to other forms of emotional, psychological, physical, sexual abuse or something, which is what is happening in excess on our earth at the moment. And we have to counterbalance it. And we speak from experience and say this is us deeply passionate, because we know what it's like to suffer, and we don't want people to suffer. And we have to do this for our future generations and the children of our future generations, not to suffer out of our own ignorance and lack of want and feeling like we've got an inability to change, because that's a lie, and we are our own biggest liars. And it's got your two lobsters and a poppy, we think it is. And is that a stingray or a moth? We're not sure what that is at the top. I think it's a moth. It's almost like a glow-in-the-dark moth. But anyway, it's the harmonization, it's the union, it's the marriage between the feminine and the masculine energies. It's that balance. It's the left and the right vagus nerve coming together in the body. Everything is becoming to its optimum resonant frequency, functioning as its part, as it's meant to in the body, functioning as its system as it's meant to in the body, to function the whole body as it's meant to within. So that reflects out, and then that what's happening out. So we're more in alignment and harmony with Mother Earth's rhythms and tunes and seasons. And so life will become easier. And we may not feel these energies straight away. It takes a while, like we're saying, for those energies to alchemize through the body and come out into a tangible, physical manifestation. And how that happens depends on your choice and free will of what actions you choose to put in. And it's not always about action, it's about understanding the balance between the feminine, the receptive, and the masculine, the doing, the feminine, the passive, and the receiving, the masculine, the active, and the giving. And sometimes we need to be, sometimes we need to do, and there's different scales of that within. So what card do we get to go with this one? The board number, it's number 18, and we brought up 1809 at the start. 18 is the number of the moon card in the tarot, which is the card of Pisces that we've brought up a lot at the moment because of the Pisces full moon coming up. And the boar and pumpkin is confidence. So the earth energies, there's a confidence developing and strengthening in the earth energies within us all, because we all have the earth energies in us. There's this stability happening in the earth energies, and we're feeling, because it's the pumpkin, that come October, come Halloween, which is what is it? It's March, April, May, March. Okay, April, May. So it's March to April, April to May, May to June, which is spring, June to July, July to August, August to September, which is summer. So September to October, October to November, November to December, which is autumn. So the fixed part of autumn, the fixed month of autumn, which is the September, which is the end of October, the start of November, and Halloween is the 31st of October. So it's the right in the middle. So the fixed point, the balance point, the union point of autumn, the 31st, Halloween, is, for some, they'll feel it by then, or that's the turning point. So whether you feel the turning point or not depends on your own ability and sensitivity to the subtle energetics, where less is more. So, for instance, if we were to give an example, and we can only give an example for us, we still struggle with our confidence massively. You might not notice that with how we present, but that's the whole point of dissociative identity disorder. It's these masks, it's these personalities that are really ingrained, whereas a lot of people, because I know our father and other people with generations, especially in the English culture or the British culture, you wear a certain hat for a certain job role, or in a certain group of people, or depending where you're going. There's this superficial fakeness, where apparently you're meant to be formal and professional, and then casual and informal, but it doesn't go together. Whereas for us, the new modern perspective of that, where the kids are coming into play, is like, well, stuff it, I'm going to be rich and I can be professional, and I can wear my jeans and my t-shirt and be casual in my professional state. Professional doesn't need to be formal. Professional can be informal. It can be whatever I want it to be, because we get to choose. And there's the confidence in that. And so for us, we're feeling that come October time, if we are not starting to feel it by October, that's the real transition time. And if we're talking about a season, then it will be from October until the next 3 months after that, which we're really going to feel it. So it's the end of October, isn't it? So November, December, January are the real metamorphosis time of transition, and starting to feel that confidence and being able to be steadfast and stable with that confidence within, and not having to fake it to make it anymore. It's just true, deep authenticity. Not that we're faking it to make it any now, but we've grown up with that we have not allowed to show our emotions. We have to put a smile on our face. We didn't even know how to really talk about our emotions. They were hidden to us even, because that's what the trauma and the DID does. it goes right, you, that little personality there where the trauma happened to you, you'll get fragmented off and you separate. And there's lots of people experiencing this now, and that's what we feel. A lot of people that comes to these readings, not maybe our readings but tarot readings, are people looking for a different way, because the medical system and medication doesn't get to the root cause of what's going on. We cleaned our kitchen earlier. The kitchen is the root chakra, and the toilet is the root chakra as well. The rest of the bathroom, I think, is the sacral chakra. And breathe. And so our Forest Fae card to finish it off, and just what the tarot does, it creates narratives and it creates stories. But for people that have experienced trauma, that have these younger personalities, they don't know the difference. Their prefrontal cortex, even if you're a grown woman or man or adult like us, when you go into these personalities, you're functioning as a child. You don't have that access there. And so the stories that tarot readers or other people tell you, the myths that are in books, the phoenix rising, like in that series that we were talking about earlier, can actually be harmful because they'll get misinterpreted when people do go into psychotic states and they don't understand the difference between what conventional society calls as the real world, the seen, the tangible, the what we experience through our 5 physical senses gets muddled up with the rest of it, because that's what's happening more and more. And when we can start understanding this more and more, the people that are, and we just use tarot readers as an example because that's what we watch a lot of, and they say you need to use your discernment. You need to use your discernment. If you're someone like us, you can't use your discernment. You don't have it. Your brain networks aren't wired. And so if we can pass this information on to people to explain this, then maybe all the people that are saying you need to use your discernment can actually go, hold on, we've got people coming to us that physically aren't capable to use their discernment. I need to, we're going to say man up, but we don't mean that, but I need to step up. I need to step up as a tarot reader, as whoever, and be more impeccable with my word, because we have vulnerable people coming to us for whatever our service is. And so therefore we have to be more appropriate and understand the deep impact of this early childhood trauma that's going on. And this is where we're getting more confident in ourselves to use our words and to do that ourselves. But our strong point isn't words, and we're putting all our effort into that we can to develop our words so we can get this really important message out there to whoever's willing to receive it, because it is to empower everyone at the end of the day and create this more of a harmonic global humanity collective that's going on. And through storytelling, but in through a new way of storytelling, with the first agreement of the 4 agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz, which is being impeccable with our word. But also including the 4th agreement, always doing the best we can, knowing sometimes we're not going to be able to be impeccable with our word because we're tired or we're ill or we've got low energy or something's going on for ourselves. But the intention's there, the thought's there. It doesn't matter if we're the tarot reader or if we're the watcher, and everything else in between. We're all putting in the effort to be that case and not being authoritative or dictative or telling someone to do. That's why we use we a lot, because we don't want to tell you what to do. We want to make you aware that it's your choice. We want to make you aware that you're perfectly capable of finding that drive and that motivation and that capability to do something yourself. You don't need to be told like a teacher or a strict parent to tidy your room or to do this. You can become your own healthy parents and teacher and everything in between inside, and work your way around to getting yourself to do that stuff with an authoritarian energetics that is strong love, not tough love. Stories are medicine, strengthening and renewing, because they are, and there's what being passed down from generations to generations. But just like one needs to do professional development when they're in a job to keep up with their field of information of what that job or career is, just like we need to learn about technology and keep our toes on the ground with technology, especially if we're doing stuff like this, spirituality, words, everything needs that transferable skill of professional development. And that's a beautiful, wise looking tree. Thank you, Mr. Storyteller. You've got little mushrooms in the background there as well. We're loving these really earthy, beautiful cards. So thank you. That was amazing. And that probably went on way too long. That was a strong opening valve session. And we're going to close. No, we're going to keep you open now. There you go. Opening valve. We're going to hide the words though. Get all of you showing a little bit. There we go. Thank you, Earth Elemental Consciousness, for opening up the valve and the energies for this reading with such magical insights and awareness there. Capricorn, hello, welcome, and thank you for welcoming us in to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses of perception and energetic lenses and filters of experiential perception, or whatever words one wants to put to it. Should we get into your reading? There we go. So where we go, Cancer, we're going to bring your cards down here. We are always calling you Cancer. The other reading, Capricorn, of yours that we did, it was constantly Cancer. So for the Capricorn collective that we're tapping into at the moment, we can be backwards ourselves. So our Capricorn and our Cancer energetics, which could mean for you as well if you're coming here, have been kind of turned backwards because of early childhood trauma. So how can we explain this? So rather than you seeing a photo, how we expect to see a photo or a picture, we're seeing the negative. So if you aren't old enough to remember what negatives are from a photos, when you used to have to go and get your film developed down the shop, then we're going to say Google it, but don't Google it. Ecosia it or DuckDuckGo it, because they're both private and independent. Ecosia is really good because trees are planted for it, and we're speaking about Earth and helping the environment. So we'd say Ecosia it, ECOSIA, and so it's like one's seeing it from a negative rather than the photo. So the information, it's not wrong, it's just blacks appearing, the dark parts are appearing as the light parts. It's a kind of back to front type thing. And now we're just having a moment where we can't, even if we said that correctly. So Capricorn, there's an entanglement between Capricorn and Cancer, however that is experienced for you. There's an entanglement between Capricorn and Cancer, with the Capricorn ruling the bones, the skin, the knees, the backbone, the joints, etc., and Cancer being the stomach, the breast, the chest area. The wiring between these areas, the threads have the signals different. The energy is traveling down the wires different. So when we're talking about electricity, whether you've got 12 volt, 24 volt, or what is it, 320 volt for industrial, we're not sure what the industrial is. It all needs to be earthed. We're in the earth energies now, the stability. We need to ground ourselves. We need to do grounding practices like walking barefoot or cooking, anything that's passion from the heart, that's creative. It doesn't matter what it is, sound, movement. And this is working for us. We said we've got the grounding mat on the floor, but we didn't plug it in on Friday's live. We are sleeping in our bed with a pillowcase and a sheet that you also plug in. We've got a video going way back on this channel, we think, and we may be mistaken, but it's on one of our channels, where we got the copper sticky stuff that you can put around plant plots to deter slugs, onto our bed in a grid, and got this wired cable, got the ends off and wired that up into a plug through the earthing socket to plug it in. So we made our own. So the grounding through whichever methodology you want to ground yourself with. You can get a copper rod and put it into the earth outside if you're able to do that, but you're somewhere that doesn't matter if the window is kind of open to do that, or you're inventive and can think of another way. But it doesn't matter if you're inventive or not. We're in the Aquarius full moon energy, so the Aquarius is the inventor. Yeah. And we're looking at A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle, which is next to the Power of Now. So when we bring ourselves into presence, when we connect to earth and nature, that's how we create the new earth. And so these are, Mercury's not meant to be there. Mercury's meant to be with Virgo. So Capricorn, that's then when you can achieve this energetic alchemization down through the faster vibrations, through into the body. Into structure. Saturn is number 24 again. We've been talking about 24. Saturn is the 3D, structure, stability. We want stability, but we also want flexibility, adaptability, and balance within our structure. Just like we've got a bridge, you want the bridge to be able to move a bit. Just like you've got a sky-rise building, there's going to be a bit of movement and a sway, otherwise it's brittle. Plastic that's been outside in the sun too long becomes brittle and it snaps. Our body will work in similar ways in the cellular structure of our body. And then it's the 10th house. 10 is authority. So like we said earlier about authority, becoming your own authoritarian, but doing it in a compassionate way where we change our terminology and attempt to become more impeccable with our wording and say strong love rather than tough love, because there's a much gentler receiving or vibration in that deliverance and tone of the words used as well. And we can do it for ourselves. We don't need an authoritative figure outside of us. We want to become our own authoritative figure. 10's karmic completion. 24 can also be 2 times 4, which is 8 for the 8-8 portal. 8-8-8 portal in 2 days, because 2 times 3 is 6 plus the 2 is 8. And this is the smaller collective for those that want to be aware for it and embrace it, to experience those energetics first of all, ready for the 8-8-8 bigger collective next year that's going to happen. And it will put us in a much better steadfast for those energies that come along, because, wow, if we experience something sooner, it's a practice run. And if we get a practice run, first of all, when it actually comes round, we know where our weaknesses are, where our strengths are, and how to navigate that. And 48 is the number of financial discipline, and Capricorn is the global axes. So these energies are just beautiful for really bringing the ideas and the creations into tangible physical manifestation, if one is willing to put in the effort needed. But from our point of view, it's where less is more. Work smarter, not harder. Work smarter from our heart-led passions, where it doesn't feel like we're working when we are working. Changing our terminology. We don't like the word work for the majority of us, so we say dancing with our heart-led passion. Well, that's just a lot come through on those cards again there, hasn't it? So thank you, Capricorn. And we're looking at this flower here, which is also kind of reminding us of a butterfly and the transformation and the metamorphosis. Like the card that came out with the frog saying metamorphosis, going from the butterfly air energies of metamorphosis and the flying into a more grounded, stable ribbit frog, land, water energies. So the air vibration is fast. We're going into the age of Aquarius, which is fast from the age of Pisces, but we need to slow down. We need to slow down that vibration. We need to strengthen the lid on our Tupperware pot so that when we put the boiling water in it, it will keep it sealed. When we make the jam, or we can vegetables, or can our chutney that we've made from our garden, we need to seal the air in so it doesn't get the oxygen coming in to start rotting it earlier. We want to preserve the energies so that we are in control of the valve that opens and closes, because we have choice and free will. Okay, so what is the Liffruma card for you, Capricorn? We just start buzzing, don't we? Okay, here we go. Oh, we remember hearing Russell say this the other day. I'm thinking we say it completely wrong. So We apologise. We're going to say this. Hold on, no. I think it's kind of almost like Irish, where our birth given name, because we've legally changed our name, was Niamh. And in Ireland, it's like Siobhan. The B and the H make a V. The M and the H make a V in Niamh. So Niamh is actually Niav, Niamh. And I think this was Pure. No, it wasn't Orv, because we'd say Pured, and it wasn't Ord. So I think it might even be Pure or something more like that. But we're going to do something on that soon. So it's Pear Tree, Cosmic Surge. 14. We've developed the alchemization, the temperance card, been able to the balance, the lover's energy of 6, the alchemization of opposites to bridge dualities, the yin and the yang, the balance, which gives us self-discipline, because when we've got the moderation of 14 bringing us into 41, self-discipline, the opposites we were talking about before with the negatives and the photo, then for us the devil energies don't take over. For us, the devil energies are getting where one doesn't understand balance, doesn't understand moderation, goes into excess of whatever the experience is through whichever sense it is, whether it's through food or smoking or sex or drugs or technology or social media or whatever it is. There's the idea of having that balance there isn't there anymore. Addicted to coffee. So but when we've got the moderation comes from 41, the self-discipline, because we're starting to understand our own emotions and what triggers us and what triggers us in a positive way, what triggers us in a negative way, what we enjoy with a passion, what we don't maybe enjoy so much, but we know that we need to do for an everyday life type of thing, like wash the dishes, and we know how to bring presence and nowness into that, so that we have the cosmic surge, and we can have that cosmic surge like we're talking about the energies with the plug and the rest of it earlier, but we get to choose then how to harness that energy. We've charged up our battery, but then where that energy from the battery goes, we have a choice to we're in control of it. But for that, we have to understand that we can't just turn on a switch and the light will come on in a house. And so when we lived in a caravan, we had solar panels. You saw how much energy you had. You had to conserve the energy. You could only watch the laptop for as long as the laptop battery lasted, and then you'd have to charge it up again, but you'd only charge it up again if there was power in the leisure battery if it was nighttime, because there wasn't any sun that would be charging it up. And we don't know now, but we're trying, it's coming to us when we did physics at A level and all your different symbology in the physics. We're not sure if there was something that maybe looked like that symbol in physics. So what do you recall? Remember that before this, there was that. My pear is so ripe, you ought to reach for it, but you cannot find me. You sense me and my scent. Listen. Wood, wind, whistling, whirling, a trance state, whipping at the curtain that hides the other places. Will you not dance in and reach my cosmic fruit offered and surf the cosmos with me? So what's drawing us here now is listen. Silent. SILENT. So that 10. So 10 standing out as well, karmic completion. So there's a real karmic completion of what is 10th house for Saturn. There's a real karmic completion. When you put the 1 over the 0, you've got phi, you've got that centering, you've got the goldering, that's and then you put the LIS back to front, you've got silence. So if you just get these two middle bits and you fold them out either side, which is kind of like this rune. You get this room, you've got this front, you've got like in France when you've got the shutters, you open the shutters windows and you have SILENT, because we have to be silent, but not silent as in there's no sound, silent as in we're in the forest with the forest fae, and there's lots of sounds. There's the sounds of all the wind blowing in the tree, there's the sounds of the cricket, there's the sounds of the frogs, there's the rustling of the leaves on the ground when you hear a deer walking past. So it's a silence, it's a natural silence, it's nature's binaural beats. And when we embrace the nature's binaural beats, or the natural silence. So what's another natural silence if we're not actually in nature? We're in the house, we turn the lights off. So there's the natural sounds of the immediate environment in a house. Turn the Wi-Fi off. You can hear the humming and the buzzing of the fridge. Turn your laptop off. So turn anything off that can be turned off, and then what gets left on has to be left on, and you've got the buzz or the monotone from that. But then if you can turn that off, so how do we turn all that off? We put a blindfold on and we go into our internal senses, and so then we've got nature's natural binaural beats. We can hear our breathing, we can hear internal noises that go on, we can feel stuff which we feel but we almost hear. So turn in Capricorn, close off your external senses to amplify your internal senses through connection with your heart, to bring stability into your life. Thank you, Liffruma, the Guardian of the Night Tarot, because that brings you in to the Queen of Cup energies, where you've got the orca whale that can dive down deep because it's taken a long, slow, big breath. And you get to explore with familiarity and comfort the depths of your subconscious psyche, because it's not scary anymore. You're aware that sometimes you have trauma episodes and there's uncomfortable feelings and emotions and stuff that goes on, but you know how to dance with them. And sometimes that doesn't happen. And when it doesn't happen, the deeper you go and the more you swim around, the pressure changes. The deeper you go, the pressure changes. And when the pressure changes, it has a beneficial impact on your body, de-stressing you, healing your adrenal glands, bringing you into your Queen of Cups emotions, knowing, being able to express what you want when you want, especially your feelings to those who matter, that are important. If they're not able to communicate on a sensory level, when they have to communicate through the words, because they're not ready yet to fully go into the depths of their heartfelt passion. But their energies will learn from your energies, as children do from their role models around them, with monkey see, monkey do. And the crown up here in the stars, lit up, your crown chakra will just continue to light up more and more and spread out further and further with those intuitive, imaginative, inventive, creative ideas, because the deeper you go, the higher up you can go. And if it's going up high and it's going down deep, it's also going to spread out wide all around you. And you may look big and scary, and some people may have stigmas attached to you, but you're not. You're a vegetarian. There. And you've got the full moon in the background as well, but that full moon's it's really orangey red. And actually, this full moon, the one that's just gone, was a super full moon, which means the moon's closer to Earth, which means there's a stronger gravitational pull. So if there's a stronger gravitational pull, you're also going to have that equal and opposite reaction that we talked about at the start, where there's going to be a bigger push back. And then with the Pisces one as well. So the full moon that's just gone, which it may have gone, you may feel like you've missed it, and you may be watching this in the future, but you haven't. Like we said before, you can tap into any of these energies. Just watch a full moon reading or something to do with the moon, There might be something on, there might have been something on that was live with the full moon, for instance. You can go back and watch that, and that holds all the energies in the container of the video. And so you can experience the Aquarius super full moon that's just gone whenever you want to in the future again. It may be that you feel that you need to reflect or have some hindsight on your past experiences and may want to go back to that. Any planet that's in retrograde is about going hindsight and reflection, introspection. Venus retrograde. Because you find your gold cup at the bottom. The treasure of the gold cup is at the bottom. You need to learn how to manage the breath and exhale all your breath and inhale, and do that a few times, just like you're going to dive into the water in a swimming pool and do a couple of laps underwater, or you're a Maori and doing your free diving. You do it more so you can dive down deep, and then you have the pressure release in your ears as well. So you, again, when you're taking yourself away from external senses, putting on your blindfold and your headphones, do some of your own research, but you can bandage your head up to create the locks. And then yoga, that they're called bandhas. So you've got your mula bandha, which is your lock in your root chakra, in your perineum, understanding how to use your pelvic floor muscles. And you can do that through all your chakras. So when you're doing that around the top, you're creating we can't remember the crown chakra. Is it Vinasana? The crown chakra bandha. So you may wish to look into how to do that. But again, it's all you take accountability and responsibility. We're just saying what's flowing through us and coming to our ideas. Whether you choose to do that or not is up to you. And if you choose to do that, that's your responsibility. And so we can't remember the name of this, the Woodland Wardens. What have you got for us? The wolf has been coming up everywhere at the moment. Capricorn, the wolf has really been coming up everywhere. We're seeing you so much. For us, the wolf is the teacher. It's number 57, the 57, teaching and learning, being your own student and your own teacher, because the best teacher is the student. Wolf actually is the Native American Indian astrology for Pisces, if we're not mistaken. So you're going from fish energies of Western astrology into wolf energies, land energies. Wolf is of the dog family. The 888 portal is to do with the Sirius star system, which is the dog star. So dog head down, the yoga position, dog head down, Adho Mukha Shavasana, that may be, which is kind of almost similar to that little bit, that may be beneficial to you, where you raise your hips up in the air. Wow, 888 portal, dog yoga positions, teaching and learning. Wolves, it's Pisces, it's the Pisces full moon at the end of the month. So embracing that one. So yeah, this full moon eclipse tunnel. And what's going on here? What's the it's rose hip, the wolf and rose hip. So a lot of the roses, unless you've been really good at deheading your roses to stimulate growth, are finishing their cycle. So there's going to be rose hips around that you can harvest. So starting to harvest the rose hips, we would say this is Capricorn energies. If you can harvest the rose hips, you can dry them and put them into a carrier oil, infuse them into a carrier oil, and you can massage that on your skin. Cancer being the rule of the skin, that would be really beneficial for your skin. You can put it into a tea and drink the rose hip tea for your insides. It's a really beautiful smell as well, but I'm not sure if you can use potpourri as like a potpourri, as if you can use rosehip as a potpourri. And it's the wolf and rosehip, and it's the guardianship. So it's the woodland wardens. A warden kind of is like a guardian, but we've also got the guardian of the night tarot. So you've got the guardian of land in wolf form, which is also, you get the packs of wolves out at night, but you also got your lone wolf. And the Queen of Cups, the whale, the orca whale. Is it the orca whale? We're not, see, it all just leaves our mind. And the rose hips, that colour again, they're almost like, well, rose hips can be red, but that's almost like an orangey colour, and it's the colour of the moon and the crab. So sacral second chakra, which again is brought into this one's the orangey colours in the sacral, the second chakra, which again we're talking about emotions, of an emotional maturity, a development in the awareness of understanding ourselves and our emotions better. And your forest fae message, Capricorn, the spirit familiar, and we've got a rabbit now. So we've got whales, wolves. Whale and a wolf both starts with W. That relates us into the bottom pattern of the Tesla code, the W. But you've also now got it looks like a rabbit. We're actually in the year of the rabbit. So this is your year. This is your year of metamorphosis and becoming stable. You've got the canine energies of the wolf. You've got the feline energies for the 888 portal. So there's that balance again. Cat, dog, they're very different. Dogs are loyal. Cats are independence and play. So there is this loyalty with the independence and play. Mind you, we've always had very loyal cats as well. So cats just basically don't put up with abuse. Dogs put up with abuse. They really show unconditional love, whereas cats teach respect. But for us, dog is God backwards. But this is a wolf. I know this is a wolf that we're talking about. And wolf backwards is flow. Yeah, wolf backwards is flow. And it's flow mo. And we spell flow-mo. We were doing it F-L-O-M-O, but there were some big corporate companies like that. So we started spelling it F-L-O-W-M-O-W. So maybe you want to mow your grass to get into flow-mo and go barefoot to get the chlorophyll coming up in from your feet. And go and harvest some rose hips barefoot, so that maybe you have to walk through slightly gravel, down a gravel lane, and that will give reflexology to your feet as well. Reflexology to your feet, Pisces being the ruler of the feet, wolf being the Native American astrology of Pisces. Wow, beautiful. Because the spirit familiar, the way that we can tap into understanding animal medicine and seeing the balance in everything, the pros and the cons in everything, and not just being, well, this is good and that is bad, or I don't like that, so therefore this. It's been able just to see all perspectives really brings a harmony, seeking loving connections and cherish friendships. And you may be someone that doesn't frequent with people and isn't close to their family, and you may feel alone, and you may interpret alone with loneliness, but alone is powerful. It's empowering, and you've got nature and the environment around you and animals, bees, insects. We were watching the bee and some insects yesterday with the high winds, and they look like they're going crazy, and it's like, well, they're not. They look like they're going crazy. Their flight patterns are even more bizarre and unfamiliar than what they normally are, but that's just because it's windy, the air currents, all that unseen stuff that we can't see, but if we're out in the wind we can feel it on our skin. Capricorn, the skin, they're just getting, it's turbulent. There's heaps of turbulence, like when you're in an aeroplane and it drops, the pressure changes. So you may wish to just do some breathing with your fingers in your ears and your eyes closed. You may wish to do, what's it called? Where you breathe in through one nostril, close it, bring out through the other one. Breathe in through that one, close it, and breathe out through that one. We forget what it's called. It's nostril breathing, and that balances the both hemispheres of your brain as well. So there's been a lot of information there in that one, hasn't there, Capricorn? Thank you. That's been... we do less astro signs in a live, and we go for longer. So we go for the same amount of time, it seems, no matter what. But that's good. There's quality energies going into it. So Capricorn, wasn't that incredible with the wolf and Pisces and the 8-8 portal with Sirius star and the dog star, just all those connections in that one. Namaste. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Capricorn, for allowing us to experience through your lenses and filters of perceptions. It's been absolutely beautiful and eye-opening. Be gentle and kind to yourself and take care. Hi, amazing Virgo, welcome, and thank you for welcoming us to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perceptions. We're excited for this. We've just come from Capricorn energies, and that was amazing. It was beautiful. So we're just like, we've got a really good feeling about this as well. So we delve in and find out. There we go. So Virgo. So straight away we've been taken to the Empress card, because the Empress and the traditional tarot is we'd be impeccable with a word. In one of the traditional tarots, the Rider-Waite tarot, she's holding a bunch of wheat, the physical manifestation. Empress is actually ruled by Venus, so you've got the V shape there going on for Venus and Virgo. So it's about Virgo is about digesting. You're digesting your information in a new way. You're understanding the light codes, the pattern codes, the color codes, the information that comes into us, which is way more than we can comprehend for our wee conscious mind, through our senses, through our sight and light codes, pattern codes, color codes, through our senses in the body, in touch and the stimulation of the wind on the body, through the sound vibrations. You're starting to experience and have a new awareness and clarity of all of that information that comes into us through the sensory systems, the constructive feedback loop of information in and out of the systems. There's what you're sending out as well, and it's been digested in a new way, and that means literally, as in a metaphorical or an analogy, we still get confused between the difference between them two, of being digested in a new way, but also in the intestines. You're the ruler of the intestines in the body, and the abdomen. And so your abdomen, if you're experiencing these energies and this is resonating, we're seeing the rainbow colors come in now. We couldn't see that before. We were just focused on the oranges and the reds and the yellows. But now those rainbow colors have started focusing for us. So you're perceiving the spectrum of light differently as well. You're seeing, you could have 3 purples in your kitchen. You could have a toaster and a kettle and a plate, and they've all kind of looked like the same color purple to you before, but now they're very obviously 3 different color purples. That's as an example. Your spectrum of resonance is starting to develop more. Maybe you're intolerant to wheat and you have IBS. You're gonna, with your holistic health and well-being, if you're choosing to harness these energies and you're choosing to eat a whole food diet, how one conventionally understands it, but from our perspective of a whole food diet being the whole of the food. So you may, for instance, already be really amazing and having freshly squeezed orange juice and grapefruit juice, but now you're starting to eat the whole of the orange and the whole of the grapefruit, because you're understanding that the casing around each segment, that skin, is really important to facilitate the alchemization, digestion of food in the body, and how that diversifies the gut bacteria, which then enables one to be more tolerant with certain foods that you were intolerant with before. And just through all this whole process of digesting and processing through the mental body and the physical body and the chemical body, it creates a different experience of how your subjective internal reality experiences with the objective external reality. So you may start having different conversations with the same people that you didn't expect before. Okay, and you are house 6, which we see as the bridge and the middle point of the Tesla code. And here's the 6th house. And so on this 6th house, you're 44. 44 is the number of environment. We always link 44 to the gut biome and epigenetics and Bruce Lipton and the internal environment of our body. The internal environment of your body is becoming more harmonically aligned. Your chakra systems are becoming harmonically aligned. Like they can be off center or further forward or further back, but they're actually starting to line up your spinal column, up your vertebra, especially if you've just been into the Capricorn energies, because we all have all of the energy, astro energies in our body. So if you've been into the Capricorn energies, that would have really helped you align your backbone, align your skin, your knees, your joints. And so then it does this mandala outwards. And we said in Capricorn actually about, no, it wasn't, it was the opening valve. It was the opening valve of the earth elements. How when we go deeper, we can go higher. And if we're going deeper and higher, we're also going further out around us. And our heart electromagnetic field is the most potent. It's got more neurons in the heart. It's the bigger of the much bigger of the electromagnetic fields. And so the more deeper we connect inwards to our heart, to our deepest inner being, becoming more compassionate with our wounded inner child, so that they're not wounded anymore, because we've become our own healthy parents and friends, and we've become our own best friend. There's an alignment going on in us now, because it's gone to a steadfast block, and that happens, and we've just got a twitch to Tom Tay. So we're straightening that out. That's lost, that's gone. We're not meant to go down those pathways in our south quite yet. Our physical vessel isn't ready to handle those pathways of energetics. But -4 equals 0, which we see as the void, which we see as the centering, the center of the vortex, the void, the black hole. It's where pure darkness is, which is pure potential that we have the choice to harness or not, which is where pure authentic creation comes from. You divide them together, you've got the 1. So -4 is 0, the feminine, the whole. 4 divided by 4 is 1, the masculine, the linear. So you've got this balance. We see these numbers, the master numbers, the doubles, as really empowering numbers, because they hold the 0, the 1 over the 0, the 5, the golden ratio, just the harmony. And if we go into the opening valve of the lovers, just the harmony that there's is absolutely amazing. And this card, we came up before with this, the lovers card. It was the lovers card. Here we go. It's the caduceus in the opening valve. And it's number 6 again, and you are number 6. The 6, the lovers. You've got a 6 on this card. You're the ruler. You are in the 6th house. You've got the caduceus of Mercury. Mercury is your ruler. It's the black and white snake. It's the dark and light. It is this harmony and this union and this balance with the 44 as well. And this is 2. 2 is another bridge. 2 has got a line and a circle. It's a balanced choice card. And as we look up there now, it's 2, 22, and it was 11. It's now 15, 16. So soon it's going to be 2, 22, 22. So so that would have been 5 2s that we went through that portal consciously together, with that 20 portal there, which was under Mercury. It's under messages. So we're hoping you're going to receive your own messages of clarity and insight and communication being every form of communication that goes on between relationship, between one thing and another, words and human logical 3D dimension communication of academia and conventional success being the least important. It's communication through going inwards, the sixth sense, telepathy, just all of that other communication that goes on from the quantum realms, the unseen energetic realms, through this balance and this harmony and this union. And she's got her hoops. She's holding her hoops here with her hands. She's doing the yoga mudras. And the sixth house is about sustainability, because when you embrace these new perceptions, these new ways of digesting, these new ways of understanding the number codes, the symbology codes, the patternology codes, the color codes, the sensory codes, everything is just code and information. And when we understand it differently, we receive the messages in different ways, and we become able to live a sustainable life. We become able to live a sustainable life because of our holistic health and well-being, which is also what you're about, which then has that impact on Mother Earth again. It's the same phrase coming through. When Mother Earth wakes up, which she did 3 years ago, humanity wakes up. Humanity wakes up when more individuals wake up, because that's then the collective of humanity. I mean, and when they wake up, they realize they realize the power they hold within. They're empowered. They realize all this self-responsibility and self-accountability and self-management they have, and they've changed their perception where less is more, and there isn't an effort and working. There's a dancing through the heart-led passion. So therefore it's working smarter, not harder, and it doesn't feel like work. The maximum output, most ease, an understanding of the way we use our words, and therefore when Earth wakes up, humanity wakes up. When humanity wakes up, humanity chooses to heal. When we choose to heal, Mother Earth can heal. And there is this sustainability going on. We have sustainability in our lifestyle. We have sustainability in our values, and the way that we are around our house, in the way we are with our work, in the way we are when we shop for our products. We're going to close you off, Capricorn. Oh, so much information coming in. So here we go. What Liffruma card do you have for us, Virgo? 12th. Look at that. It's just a 666. And then you've got the 8, or you could do 6666 with the 2. If you're just going to add it up easy, it's actually 666. 6, and you've got a 4 left over, and the 4 that's left over relates to your perseverance and your groundingness and your stability. And your 6666 could be 1212, could be 33, which also adds up to 6. So your harmony and your union in the unseen energetics is just so perfectly aligned. They're ready and waiting for when you consciously want to choose free will or not, to create the balance and the symmetry. 12th, static needs. All physical manifestations require structural frames to hold form. Atomic microfractals echo swell to cosmic tensile macro scaffolding. Holding static. Learn the firm boundaries and edges of the space your cells create as flesh. Sense the skin of your shell's perimeter and push your conscious energy beyond. Be charged. Be ready to arc your love into the etheric. Love is all keys. Love is all keys. Locksmith to all vaults. What could be more vital than love in all things? So that's the opening valve card that was. There's a reading on that. You can either scroll back on this one if you're watching this video, or we make these into shorts as well. So there'll be the short one connected to this as well. It's already talking about skin, so it's connecting in Capricorn there as well. There's lots of Capricorn links in this with the structure, the static needs, the form, the scaffolding. The bones are the structure of our body. They're the form of our body. They're the densest, most slowest vibrating atom in the body. But for them to hold an integral form and structure, the ligaments of our body need to function in an optimum way. And when one understands yogis and the power of energy and Tai Chi and Qi Gong and the energies, what do the Celtics call it? India, prana, chi, the Mayans, it's all the words, we're losing it again. It's just the unseen energy, and we can harness that energy, and then we can choose to manipulate it. And when we say manipulate it, we mean manipulate from a mathematical, scientific perspective, not from a psychological, psychiatrist terminology perspective, because in that way, when you manipulate someone, it's perceived as bad, when really everything in our world is just the manipulation between things. It's the relationship between different things, and there is a manipulation there. Molding clay is manipulating the clay. Doing a massage on the body, you manipulate knots out of the body to release the toxins that then make us feel drowsy, because then we then have to purge them. But we're eating a diet that of whole foods and the whole of the food that helps support the purging and the clearing of the toxins in the body, so that the metamorphosis can take place. And we've got the 66 here, we've got the 44 there as another master number. 66 is the number of healing, made up of a double dose of 6, unconditional love, your house, so you're very at home with 6 and unconditional love. And we've got some. We actually, when we were younger, we used to work at Woolworths, and we'd work in the entertainment section with all the plastic CD cases, and it was the polyester material. And when we gave change back to people, we'd create an electric shock between the fingers that you could actually see sometimes, a spark. We've never had this before. We have had given ourselves electric shocks, but when we were doing our mudras and our stuff behind us, we actually gave ourselves, we couldn't see it because it's behind, but we could hear it. We gave ourselves an electric shock between these 2 fingers, which is the feeling, and that's coming to us now. So maybe doing something with your fingers, or peripheral vision fingers, or fingers behind you. We don't know. What does that mean to you with your fingers? Thank you, Liffruma. Woodland Wardens. No. Guardian of the Night Tarot. What do you have for us, please? King of Swords. It was the Queen of Cups, which was the Orca Whale for Capricorn energies, and the full moon, and the crown up in the distance. You've actually got the crown on your head now. So we all have all astro energies in us. We were talking about the crown on your head being lit up. When you've navigated your Capricorn energies, your Virgo energies are just going to be amazing. They're really going to take off the alignment, so that you can do the Tai Chi pose where you're standing on a post on one foot like Karate Kid in your field of poppies, because you don't have the desires. You've understood 41 moderation, and 14, you've understood 41 self-discipline, so that you can do moderation, and you don't want to do copious amounts of ground up poppy seeds anymore, because you're at home in your heart, you're at home in your body, and it feels amazing. And so you don't need to take yourselves into these induced altered states of consciousness, because you can take yourself out of choice and free will into an altered state of consciousness through your own breath, and not have any come downs or side effects. If you're on any medications, and you've read up on the research, and you've spoken with your doctor, and you've attempted to come off them before, but you haven't had any luck, if you want to attempt to come off them again, and support yourself with your dietary needs, make sure your minerals, your vitamins, your nutrients as much as possible from food. It may be, if you're a vegetarian or vegan, you might have to start eating meat again, organic, grass-fed, locally reared meat, for a time being. But this time there'll be a success in coming off them. We've just had our daily Liffruma Owl short go out, which was today's, that went out yesterday. No, I think it was yesterday's that went out the day before. Anyway, it's I think it's pretty obvious. It's to do with senses. We can't remember what it's called. We'll link it in the video below, hopefully. And if we don't link it below on the initial editing process, we watch all our videos back to, like an athlete watches themselves to see their form, we watch ourselves, the different ones of our alternate personalities watch us, and sometimes a multitude of us watch us, and one of us will notice and we'll then upload it later. So if you are watching the short video that we're doing from this live, then, and it's not there yet, come back to it, because it will be there, or leave us a comment and help us remember. I think it's a barn owl over a tawny owl because of the white. Tawny owl, I think, is brown all over. So if it's a barn owl, there's a closer connection to man. Tawny owl's just in the woods. A barn owl is related to barns and farms. So it's a connection to man, and farmers are more connected with the seasons. And if you farm in the olden ways, you farm by the almanac, the gardening of the moon, and so you've got a stronger connection to nature. So living your life by the cycles of the moon, starting to understand the lunar cycles and living your life in a symbiotic relationship to create that sustainability, to get clearer messages and guidance, which will then just keep the constructive feedback loop of information in and out of the senses through the digestive system, literally and metaphorically, of processing in general. And your woodlands warden, because you end up with the beaver, you can create a dam and stop the water, or you can take the dam down and let the water flow. You're in your King of Swords energies, where you're wise to your emotions. You know they're there, you're aware of them, and you know when to allow them to flow and when to allow them not to flow, which again you'll get from the Capricorn reading, because it was the wolf that came up in the Capricorn, and wolf is flow backwards. The beaver and birch. Birch is a very medicinal tree. If you've got any essential oils, birch smells very medicinal, like hospitals. So maybe looking into birch essential oil and the benefits of that. Beavers gnaw with their teeth, so this could go either way. You could have really good teeth, or you might end up gnawing your teeth or grinding your teeth at night because of stress. Maybe you want to look into a mouth guard to stop grinding your teeth down and create space in your mouth, which then will help in your dream time sleep healing, dreamtime sleep healing, for the realignment in your body, to continue facilitating the alignment of your chakras up the spinal column. Because the more you do this, the more you're going to feel at home in your body. You're going to feel like you belong here on earth. And the more you feel at home in your body, the more you feel like you belong here on earth, the more you surrender your conscious mind's need to know and understand, and allowing the powers of the sub and super conscious to take form in a conscious, aware, witnessing way through the heart-led passion. It just keeps more coming at form. And we're looking at these now here. When one chops down a tree, especially if the tree's big, you have to chop down in a certain way to make the tree fall in a certain direction. You have to be aware of where the tree is going to fall, what angle it's going to fall at, is it going to crush anything? And the more, and initially that can be overwhelming, but the more you do a job, the longer you do it, the more familiar it gets, the easier it gets, the less energy exertion happens to do it. And these are looking like loads of little eyes, because you are a teacher and you've got eyes in the back of your head. You don't need to see with your eyes anymore. You can see in the dark. Owls' heads are shaped like a satellite dish, we learned from this daily short that we did, so that it directs the sound in certain ways so that they can hear so acutely at night and so accurately find their prey. And that's what your intuitive skills are going to be like. They're going to just home in amazingly. And they're like, when we put this down, the beaver is actually looking at the owl, He's kind of, his eyes are looking forward, but his head's up. So maybe you want to do some stuff where you do some breathing or some sounding or some toning where you're looking up. He's actually climbing a tree too. So if you want to feel like really tapping into your childlike awe and wonder, and it's safe to do so, and you may want to do that. And we were looking at this before, and we saw this as a massive tree trunk that he was sitting in front of, and then these black ones were trees. And we were seeing it as it was dusk and the sun was going down. Now we're seeing it where these white bits are actually the trees. These white bits are the trees, and they're very similar to these, but rather than lots of little eye knots, you've got linear stripes on them. So again, it's the balance between the linear and the lines and the circles, the linear and circular, the masculine and the feminine. And we were also talking about photos and the negatives earlier. We've just had this complete contrast and switch between the way we see that photo. Like when someone looks at the two jugs together, and they can either see the two faces, or the jug. They see the two faces together, and initially one will be taken to the two faces looking at each other, or they'll be taken to the jug in the middle, the vase in the middle. So you can start flipping your mind to see both. And therefore you can, like that 24 card that keeps coming up of Dark, that came up in San Tarot with the Virgo reading last night, or if you're watching this, because we're live at the moment, it was Saturday the 5th. And for us, our daily Liffruma card comes out tonight on Sunday the 6th. It's the same card. It's the alchemization of opposites. It's bridging duality. It's the mind control. It's being in control of one's thought and how one perceives and experiences, and can actually perceive and experience all of it. Wow, Virgo. Go you. That's awesome. That's incredible. So what's your forest fae message? Because you are the forest walker, you're the day walker, and you're the night walker. You understand both. Keep courage and be gentle. And because you understand both, it can be a lot of information and it can shift. Hence the being responsible, understanding moderation, having some fun, playing, but understanding the responsibility that comes to have such gifts in your hand, to be capable of experiencing the full spectrum. And it may feel like that you have to look over your shoulder sometimes, because there might be people that are jealous and envious, but you're so strong in yourself that other people's opinions, assumptions, judgments don't affect you, because you've got this strength within. You know yourself. You're not afraid to use your voice. You have your companionship of nature. You have your antennae to get the signals. You have your back hairs that can stand on end to know when there's a real fight or flight, fear mode to happen, and to be on alert. But then you know how to restore yourself and balance so that your adrenals don't wear out and you don't get completely fatigued. Because thinking that as we get older we degenerate, that's only the case if we don't fuel ourselves properly, if we don't nurture ourselves properly. We can continue to regenerate ourselves if we nurture ourselves and feed ourselves and take the responsible path, which is more rewarding. And responsible doesn't mean boring. Responsible doesn't mean boring. That's interesting, isn't it? Responsible doesn't mean boring. So you can have fun. You can be a big adult kid. And you can be responsible in the way that speaks to you. Yeah, it's your choice. You don't have to follow systems or other people's ideas of what being responsible is. You choose your path. And we treat our bodies like a temple. So thank you, Virgo. I think we might have said on this on the last one, but that was eye-opening. A FLOMO, FLOWMOW state is really coming into play after mowing that lawn barefoot and naked earlier, with the wolf card energies of teaching and learning, and wolf being flow backwards. Mo is wom, so wolf wom or wom wolf. Wom wolf. Wom wolf. Yeah, wom wolf is flow-mo backwards. Thank you, Virgo, for allowing us to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perception. Take wonderful care of yourself. Okay, Taurus, are you ready? Namaste, Taurus. Thank you for welcoming us in to experience the quantum realms through your lenses and filters of energetic lenses and filters of perception. Shall we see what we've got for you? These are your cards. Oops, we'll turn the camera back round, won't we? That'll help. Here's your cards, Taurus. Cultivate. If you're watching all these energies together, because we have all the energies in our chart, you've really managed to cultivate your energies, Taurus, because it's been talking about structure and form and manifesting the higher vibrational unseen energetics into the physical. And that's where, although you're the youngest on the chart from the astrological obvious perception, you're actually the most important on the chart, coming from the other direction. So the faster vibrational energies, the more spiritual energies of the end of the chart, Aquarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Capricorn being relative to these the earth elemental consciousness we're reading within now. We're talking about not having out-of-body experiences and going out to those energies. We're talking about bringing our dreams and our visions into a tangible, relative, touchable experience. What's standing up now, we cleaned our laptop screen earlier, and so we were thinking, that's why we moved the card. This dot here on the wrist, it's in the line of the baby finger. So you may wish to feel around on this area of your body. Oh yeah. And just do a little bit of an acupressure pressing point, and then you might feel a release. That is actually on the right hand. Okay, so that release was much more obvious. Oh my God. As soon as we did that, there was a release in our right sit bone of a tendon. Okay, we'll stop now. We'll stop because we don't know what will happen. That's amazing. This is going to be so fab to watch back. Thank you, Taurus. Tito Bobonita. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay. Whew. Upset the apple cart. Our apples are developing outside resources, the natural resources of food, any format of resources, whether it's nature's resources or if it's typical conventional resources. The apple falling from the tree for Isaac Newton to gain his ideas and his inspiration, although apparently that's not what happened. It was in a bath or something, wasn't it? Was it Einstein? Or are we getting confused now? The core of an apple, something about the core of the apple. The fall came up lots in Virgo. Okay, we don't want to spend too long on these cards, because when we have the resources from the heart valued center of understanding to lead by the multiversal and universal laws of nature and the galaxy first, having harnessed that energy and brought it into the physical, tangible, seen reality, because it's led from the heart, Venus being your ruler, which is very important at the moment because Venus actually is in retrograde. And not only is she in retrograde, but she disappears from the night sky. She disappears from being a night star today on August the 6th. Now, whenever you're watching this, that means these energies are within this, along with the 888 portal energies. Where's Venus in your chart? Where's Taurus in your chart? You're the only one that this has come out with, actually. We haven't said that for any of the other earth energies, or the other 2 earth energies. But when you cultivate the harnessing of the energies through the heart, beloved for yourself in a compassionate, unconditional, nurturing way, that is what's sent out to continue the material wealth. Oh, it's all of it. And it's just a continued process of beloved, unconditional love to cultivate, and resources. The abundance is just going to be flowing, completely flowing in that flow-mo state. Okay, thank you. So what Liffruma card do we have to go with this? 63. Embraced and mirror. It's the patternology of this the patternology of this circle here and this circle here. We were talking about Newton's law, weren't we? Of every action has an equal and opposite reaction. That was in the opening valve as well, that pushing down and the energy is going up. So to cultivate, we need to understand, not necessarily intellectually understand, but experientially understand, more so spiritually understand the multiversal and universal laws of nature and of the galaxy, the unseen quantum energetics, but also nature's, Newton's laws. And to experientially understand that, one way of doing that is understanding your body, doing things like yoga, tai chi, qigong, running, walking, cycling, swimming, climbing trees, jumping up and down on a trampoline, a rebounder, because that's got the bounce. Yes, we need to get one of them. Where will we put it in our small little place? I'm sure we'll have a reorganization and understand. It might even fit under the bed in the bedroom. And this is like a rebounder too. You get the up and the down, the balance, all the directions. We're seeing birds. We're actually seeing penguins up here. Penguins mean anything to you? What do penguins huddle together? But then they take it in turns. The middle ones stay warm, and then the middle ones go to the outside. They rotate. When you're stacking shelves at the supermarket, you have to bring the older stuff to the front and put the newer stuff behind. There's this circuitry rotation in the cultivation to continue the development of the resources. So don't rely on just one set of resources. Be diverse in the resources that are taking place. It might be the resources in money. Circulate your money. If you've got stocks or investments, you could just leave it sitting somewhere, but attempt to understand and educate yourself better with your stocks and your investments. Taurus is actually the fruitful sign related to stocks and investments. It's Cancer as well, I think Cancer, Taurus, and because Taurus is opposite Scorpio, so Scorpio is like the hidden money, and that's house 2. But Cancer is like the global governmental income, and Cancer is very good for the moon's Cancer, very good for buying stocks. If your books don't have to read a book from front to back, you could delve in and read a book individually. toe separators. How are your feet? Do you need to spread your feet out anymore? You can get toe separators to put in between your feet and your toes, like when you walk. Or you barefoot shoes. You've got barefoot shoes that spread your feet out, create the space when you're walking, and walking barefoot. We were talking about 64 earlier. 63 comes before 64 with 46. So do those numbers mean something to you? Ophiuchus, embraced, mirrored. Embrace yourself. Mirror talk. Do some mirror dancing or some mirror talk. For instance, when we shave our head, we attempt to shave it's challenging. You can shave your head like this, looking in the mirror, or you can get another mirror behind, look at the mirror behind to shave your head, and it becomes a lot harder with your hands. And then and that's with your dominant hand. And then if you do it with your non-dominant hand, so do something. I'm not telling you to shave your head, obviously, but if you can like look in one mirror that's reflecting off another mirror to do something, it might be maybe even writing, and to do it with both your dominant hand and your non-dominant hand and experience how it feels. That's a way to wake up different neurological pathways and connections. Surf and that will take you into the wave of the highest oceanic cosmic crest, ready for the drop, which you need to be balanced for. Surf the highest oceanic cosmic crest, and that only comes from understanding and getting balance from deep within your body and having balance in your body, hence a body understanding, not an intellectual understanding. Surf the highest oceanic cosmic crest, dancing and breaking at the feet of the Alvin ring, a gift so rare, a mantle to wear, that bears supernatural celestial secrets breathed into your being by Nyoga. Nyoga, the dragon form the gods use to witness your soul. When you mirror an aspect of their now flawless light, they may, just may, allow you to channel an Ophiuchus just for you. Something special. So it's the rings. Oh no, it was the rings in the it was the ring in Virgo holding the rings. But this Venus has the rings as well, where you've got lots of rings going round. So there's something about the ring and the circular, and when all those rings and the rotations go round and then they harmonise, or they're going so fast it looks like a solid ball and a solid sphere, but it's not a solid ball and solid sphere. You can actually go through the gaps if you get the timing right. But you have to be able to understand your subjective and objective, your linear masculine and your feminine, the lines and the circles. Have a foot in each realm, each dimension. There's a face there as well, a little boy's face we're seeing. On the penguins, actually, it looks like this looks like 3 babies and an adult bigger one, and it looks like they're about to take flight, which is funny because penguins can't fly, can they? Okay, so let's see what the Guardian of the Night Tarot has for you, Taurus. It's another wolf, and it's another 18, the moon. So we said 18 right at the start when we were speaking about tapping into Reams live at 1809. Then we had the boar and pumpkin, confidence, number 18, the moon, for the card, the opening valve of the Capricorn elemental consciousness card. And now you've got it. So you're really, and it's a wolf again, and wolf came up in Capricorn as well. But the wolf came up in the Guardian Woodland Wardens in Capricorn, which is the guardianship, and you're the Guardian of the Night Tarot. Are the connections to this are nuts? And that's number 25. which is 7. And if you do 18, if you do 8 minus 1, it's 7. 7 is the foundation for 8 with the 888 portal. We had the obvious bigger collective of the 777 portal this year. Were you aware of that? Did you do anything for it? Maybe going back to a video to watch some 7/7 portal stuff to connect into those energies, or just doing it yourself. You don't need to watch a video. If it's better probably not to watch a video, but if you need to have that outer extrasensory stuff to catalyze it, and then maybe shut it down and connect to it yourself. Initially I thought you were looking in the bin, but now when we look closer, you actually see the fish down the bottom there. You're tipping the bin over to let the fish out. So you're being a humanitarian. You're being you saw a friend, even though it was another species, in distress. You could have eaten it, but instead you're helping it out of the bin and putting it back to freedom. You support others to embrace a freer life. Do you support yourself to embrace a freer life? We're just looking, is that the full moon in the background again? Because if that's the case, in Capricorn, we were talking about how the wolf is the Native American astrology symbol for Pisces. The Western astrology symbol for Pisces is a fish. There's a Native American Indians is like North America. So there's a connection between North America, mind you, that could be Western astrology as well. So I don't know where we're going with that. There's a connection between native living off the land with lunar cycles, in rhythm with the seasons, and understanding intuitively, because that's within your blood, it's within your past lives, it's just within you. You just need to open up and tap into it to connect the modern Western astrology with the living off the land, in sync with the land astrology, so you can cultivate and integrate the ways of the old with the ways of the new to create all kinds of resources, some of them being financial, because the more money we have, the more money we have to give away to help others, the more money we have to buy land and preserve that land into nature environments that helps nature, rather than it getting built up with sky rises. These sky rises with windows are actually got pictures of trees in. I don't know if you can really see it, but they're pictures of trees that have been, it's like there's a mural of trees on the sky rises and then windows on it. We've lost our connection with nature, and you're part of the way for others to help find their way back to connection with nature. Nature being us and our human bodies, finding our way back home to our body, to Mother Earth. Part of your calling is to facilitate that. Thank you, Guardian of the Nights. They are loving it, loving the alignment again. And it brings you into the marten and foxglove. Now, first of all, we thought of otter, but then it was like a meerkat. We don't really know what a marten is, but they're mischievous. Mischief, MISJIF, was the name of our first cat when we were 12. Does 12 mean anything to you? Does black cats mean anything to you? Does mischief with that spelling mean anything to you? These foxgloves are white. Your card number 4. Your card number 24. It's that 24 again. It's that 24. We seriously advise watching San Tarot's Virgo reading from Saturday the 5th of February. If you want a smaller dose, we advise watching our daily Liffruma short, which currently, as we speak, is out in 27 minutes. It's 8:03 now. There's that 83. 83 is the reverse of 38, stability. So the energies in the numbers are completely pointing all the way to stability. And because of that synchronicity now, in your reading, you get this bonus card that jumped out at the start. That's awesome, isn't it? How did that come about? Oh, that's because we just looked at there. So we advise, okay, let's not lose too much track. So we advise our daily Liffruma short coming out in 25 minutes now, probably 26. So it'll be on Sunday, the 6th of August. And Sans Virgo is Saturday, the 5th of August. I think we might have said February. If we did, there's something about February coming into play there. To watch the videos on that, because the Liffruma card for that is 24 Dag. We had a release then. It's looking curious. It's poised, and it's just checking out the left. It's not fearful. It's just checking it out. So there's been some kind of sensory stimulation happen for it to stop in its tracks and check something out of curiosity. There's no fear, it's just curiosity. So the poisedness, the stillness. White foxgloves, what do they mean to you? We're more familiar with pink foxgloves. They're very poisonous, but we used to put them on our fingers when we were a kid. Don't do that if they're poisonous. Maybe looking up foxglove and seeing what a foxglove represents, spending some time in some foxgloves. So this bonus card that came out at the start is just for you, Taurus. But everyone has Taurus in their charts, so anyone can embrace this, but they're only going to embrace it through your Taurus lenses of filters of perception. Check it out. You've got the void. You've got the seed. You've helped others. You've helped Mother Nature. You're living in the cycles of the moon intuitively, whether consciously or not. You're able to just become poised when there's certain subtle sensory stimulations around you. Which just brings you to your center. It brings you to your void. It brings you to the vortex. It brings to you to the black hole where pure potential exists, where pure creation stems from. It's the zero. It's the starting card. It's the Fool. It's Aquarius, modern Aquarius, rather than traditional Aquarius being ruled by Saturn. Modern Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. Uranus is the Fool card in the tarot. It's the seed of inspiration. So the seed of inspiration comes through the lenses and filters of perceptions from Taurus, comes from Taurus's lenses and filters of perceptions of the quantum realms. So where is Taurus in your chart? What house is it? What house system do you go by? Check out your Western astrology, check out your Native American astrology, and any other astrology. Check out your Vedic astrology, compare them and lap them over and see which ones stay core, which ones stay the same. You're the key. So where is Taurus in your chart? What planets are there? Where's Venus in your chart? What house is that in? What other planets are near Venus? Where is house 2 in your chart? Where that's your natal chart. Now get the chart of where you live. You may not know the details of your houses because it depends whether you know your birth time or not. If you don't, it doesn't matter. Where the chart where you're living now, And with these full moon tunnels, from the Aquarius full moon at the start of the month to the Pisces full moon at the end of the month, print a chart off for both of them with the times of the full moons. You can get the times of the full moons. You can put that in as if it was your birth date, and check the charts out, check to see what the patternology, checks to see the aspects, check to see what's moved, checks to see if there's anything that does overlap with your own chart. Before all, the veiled void strains its velvet fanfare of silence. Breathing, shimmering, glimmering dust emerges, swarming and forming. Fated to become something new, life must be. The physical screams to exist. Potential without, from within, all. Potential without, from within all and everything. And we've got the sea, we've got the cliffs, we've got beach. So going to the ocean could be really beneficial for you. Going to the ocean, or maybe you can't go to the ocean. Maybe you don't live near to the ocean. Maybe you can't get out of your house. Putting the ocean on a video, on a screen, listening to ocean sounds, visualizing the ocean, painting the ocean. Experiencing the sea life of the ocean. The Queen of the Cups card in Capricorn was an orca whale. So if you're not watching all of this video together, then of the earth elemental consciousnesses, then maybe you want to check out Capricorn, the Capricorn one connected to this. The gateway's open for you. No rush, whenever you're ready, if ever. So we're going to put that one back up there, because although it came out in your card and it's got to go via you, everyone can experience it by going via you. Amazing. Wow. Congratulations, Taurus. Well done you. Well done you for getting the bonus card. That was so unexpected. We love that momentary little treat and surprise. We hope you got some golden nuggets there to take away. There's something going on for us, I think, to come with a message through that, because we believe that the messages that come through, they're for everyone. People can take what they want from it or not. It's just looking for a different lens and filters of perception. So thank you, Taurus, for allowing us to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perceptions. It was such an honor. Namaste. Tito Pomomo. No, Pito Momo. Apologies, Taurus. We've still got this one. Here we go. Okay, you ready? Apologies, we missed this one. The last one. It's because of the bonus card you got. The Numina. Seek inspiration in twilight wanderings. And you've got a crescent moon hanging down here, which is linking us into the Virgo reading now, actually. But you've got that poised look again. You've just got that serene, poised look again. And it's actually like she's looking. You've got... Okay. So you've helped out. You've understood the mirrors and the balancing and everything we talked about, the Liffruma card earlier. You've gone on your journey to facilitating and supporting others on their way to freedom. Whether they choose, what they choose to do with that is up to them. You've become poised in your stance because your subtle sensory systems have been stimulated and awoken, and it's curiosity, no fear, just curiosity. And then you're able to turn your gaze to the open portal, to the gateway, to experience, seek inspiration in twilight wanderings, twilight shimmering, glimmering. because I know for us, when we do our breath work and we're outside, we get into certain states where all these little white dots, they're blue dots, and that's what we see. Just when we're up there and we're breathing in the sky, we see all these blue dots moving, dancing around. And you can see people in their cards and their artwork that have those dots there. And we always wonder if they experience 3-13-13. We always wonder if they experience those as well. So the power of 3x3 and 11, uniqueness, individuality, the master number of service. The master number of service. Ah, without, within, and all around. You got it sorted, Taurus. You got it sorted for whatever you choose. Whatever you choose, Taurus. Whatever you choose, you're okay and you've got it sorted. All right, my darlings? Thank you. Bye. So we're on Ophiuchus next, but we need to go to the bathroom. So we're just going to put on, because we've got it here, the Liffruma calc. So we'll take ourselves off and we're going to put the Liffruma calc on. We just put our speaker on so we can hear it, and we'll turn this off so the sound won't get distorted, hopefully. We're just going to risk putting on. Oh no, it is the right one because it's got us and Robbie 2 U's, which means it's been edited out. So we're going to put on that calc video and the music, go to the bathroom, and then come back. Okay, so I'm not sure how long we'll be gone for. We might need to make a little word temp. Oh, I suppose we can do that now, can't we? And put a banner on. We can make another banner. Good thinking. We've just come out of Taurus's energies, the void, the seed of inspiration. Now there they are. So we want a single one. That's fine. And we can just put bathroom break. Back soon, so that when the video ends, people know what's going on. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, we'll see you very shortly. Hi, we're back. That was good putting the banner thing up. Oh, excuse us. We just got ourselves, hold on, hide. There we go. Bye-bye. Cheers. Our homemade elderflower cordial with soda water, and it's made with honey. We stopped sugar a long time ago. Well, we sometimes still have sugar, but we basically it's honey and everything. So here we go. Ophiuchus. Hello, my lovelies. Namaste. Thank you, Ophiuchus, for welcoming us in to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perception. So we shall we see what we have for you? We don't get to start it off. The other cards had their house and everything. We don't have that for you, I'm afraid, Ophiuchus. But you don't need that because you get all of them. So if you want, you can go and check out the starts of all of them on the other videos. They'll be on short form, or you can watch all of this that comes out together. So let's swap over Ophiuchus and see what's going on for you. So we're going to turn your cards over. Here are your cards that we've got looking up. The words, oh, actually, no, I was going to say the words don't matter so much, but they are. We're finalising releasing of traumas, which is when it's time to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. The time is now. There's no more going to be holding on. We can go off onto our own and explore. You even got the two here. All the threads of fate must bend. The threads of fate are bending into your favour, Ophiuchus. You've been dancing the Kundalini dance successfully. You've been dancing the 5 rhythms successfully. You've been dancing the chakra dances successfully. Okay. So what Liffruma card do we have for... We're going to move these over a bit because, mind you, Taurus got the bonus card earlier here, the void, the seed. That came out in Taurus earlier. but all the energies are intertwined and connected. So Ophiuchus, and it's this one again. We can't remember what this came up on Friday, but we can't remember on Friday what it was. There's a disconnection, but we do remember it came up. So it came up in one of the fire energies, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, on Friday on Joy to Coco, our Joy to Coco channel. It came up for Sagittarius. So I don't think it was Sagittarius, because I remember us saying it came up, it was the bonus card for Sagittarius because of this symbol. On our ShintoSEYE Lunar Liffruma Magic Live a while back. So it wasn't Sagittarius, so therefore it's Aries or Leo. It could be Leo, but we can't guarantee. And actually this was reminding us of a whale. Or was it birds? I think it was a whale. And in Capricorn's reading here, the Queen of Cups was an orca whale. You've got the bird here. You've got a little baby furry baby duck here. This time the whale's flying through the air rather than in the water. The baby duck looks like it's looking up at this big bird that's looking away, as if it's its mummy. So I don't know if this big bird that's not a duck, an adult duck, has adopted this baby duck. Does adoption or fostering mean anything to you? This actually looks like there's like water dragons and snakes, like your cards down here in the background. So Ophiuchus, you've been dancing your dance with the 5 rhythms, with the chakras. So your energetics are connected. The threads are bending to your favor as they interweave together to function the whole from the optimum resonant frequency of the parts, because you've been treading lightly. You're 31 and this is 32. 32 is the number for the sound, because you've been treading lightly to develop your foundation through a vibrational methodology to get to 32 sound. So your auditory sensory system is going to be ready to be fully woke up when you feel complete in these energies. Their soul prints, the footprints. The no road is long with good company, especially when you're your own BFF. And which one was it? I think it might have been Virgo, but can't remember now. One of the others did actually get the thing about putting toe separators in, or getting the barefoot shoes, barefoot walking, walking on different types of surfaces, like a slightly gravelled lane, to give yourself reflexology. Barefoot, rarefoot, stepping and treading with soul intention. A journey starts with a conscious step. A racing pace in haste to reach a destination punctures the soul's purpose. The tracks of our footprints map our past path. Our feet talk of where we have walked. Step deliberately with well-intentioned thoughts of love. So what's coming to us now is to give your feet some love, give your feet some reflexology, but it's a massage to actually, and it may be to actually get to your foot may be challenging. So it may be that the position that you need to get in to get to your feet helps the patterning of your body to release something and flow. Normally, to get to our feet, we do have to bring our knee out and open up our groin. And when we're opening up our groins, we are releasing emotions. And our feet talk, our feet do talk. It's the length of our toes, how our toes are, whether they're hammered or not, the colours of our feet, the feel of the skin. Just like you can read palms, you can read feet. So maybe look onto the internet and look up about reading some feet, and actually read your foot like you would, like someone would read their palm, and see what it's telling you. And to give them a rest. This is one we say often, but get your legs up the wall. Reverse your posture and your position. Give your heart a rest. Give your feet a rest. A foot soaking your foot in a little kind of washing up bowl of water and essential oils. And slow and steady wins the race. Is there anything that you're feeling? Have you got deadlines on anything? Maybe you need to reevaluate and look at the deadlines you've got on whatever it is. And if it's possible, to change them, extend them, set them for later. And to be conscious of your breath, and be conscious of your feet. Walking meditation. There's a walking meditation. If you don't know what a walking meditation is, maybe look it up and do a walking meditation. Sunset for us in 22 minutes. We need to start doing our walking backwards actually again. We're attempted to get into it a couple of times and it hasn't flowed back in again, but we've got a good feeling that's coming up with your energies. So here we go, the guardian of the night. You've got the 7 of Pentacles. So a black widow spider. People fear the black widow spider. And now that's changing into this. You know, when you watch films and they always represent evil as a black smoke. It's what you choose it to be. If you're gonna feel fearful and not put in the dance moves for the right steps, then you are gonna come into play with the black widow in a negative way. But there's plenty of people living in Australia and you've got the black widow spiders. You just got to understand them. We fear what we don't understand. If we can gain knowledge from both an intellectual way, but more importantly, an experiential way. And I don't mean gain knowledge in an experiential way by going and getting yourself bitten by a black widow. I mean, maybe to go and maybe you've got a friend or you know someone who's got spiders, or to go to a pet shop and actually look at a black widow in the window. I don't know if that exists, but we mean it to when you watch nature, you learn. And these again are looking like ducks' heads, which is really you're getting your ducks in order, getting your ducks in a row. They're spider webs. So when you're in the morning and it's really misty and dewy, you can get all these beautiful spider webs everywhere. We're saying that that's a really good time to go out and explore nature and to observe. In the morning when the spider webs are there, they're not normally there at night, but there's all these are popping out to us now. They didn't stand out to us before. They're fireflies, all these little yellow dots. They're fireflies. So dusk and dawn with the sun, because it just went off. It's 22 minutes for sunset. So the alarm went off for sunset. So the sunset energies are powerful for you. Do you know much about sun gazing? Perhaps do some research on sun gazing and start doing some sun gazing, and starting with the sunset sun energies of sun gazing. Because the sunset energies of sun gazing are different to the sunrise energies of sun gazing. And for us, the day starts at sunset. And our best way of describing that is if you've got a battery in your car that needs charging up and you need to use it in the day, you charge it up the night before. When we sleep, we're charging ourselves up to get for the next day. To be able to wake up early in the morning the next day, we have to have a beneficial quality evening routine and nighttime wind down routine, so we get a good night's quality sleep, so that we can get up in the morning and we can function in the day to the best of our ability. So the day starts at sunset. When the day starts when the day ends, and that is the end is the beginning and the beginning is the start again, isn't it? And all these cobwebs have caught the pentacles, they've caught the money. And spider webs can sense the subtlest of vibrations. Was it? No, I don't think it was you. Did we just talk? I think it was Taurus. Taurus just had a lot about their auditory, subtle sensory system being stimulated. This isn't the auditory. This is, you feel, if you're the spider, you feel the vibrations through the web that you've woven of the prey, the fly, when it lands in the spider web. You feel the vibrations through your feet, or through your feet and your hands. You just got the Soul Prince foot card. We've just talked a lot about the foot card. So Reiki, doing stuff with your hands, but not like manual labor with your hands. Do you do manual labor with your hands? Are you doing apologies? Are you doing, what is it you do for work? Does it use your hands in such a way that it's lessening your ability to sense through your hands and your feet? Take your shoes off, do stuff with your hands and your feet that allows them to open up their sensory systems again, but also your skin. So like Taurus was subtle sensory, auditory sensory systems coming into play. Their auditory sensory system, if it was coming into play and starting to be attuned to the subtle senses, that's kind of like their gift, their strength. But it might not have been before. It might be something that's going to get activated and opened up. So for you, your skin, going and feeling the air on your skin. If you've got somewhere private that no one else can see and it's warm enough, going outside naked into your private garden that no one else can see, and feeling the skin, the air on your skin, the wind on your skin, feeling the grass on your skin, getting a plant, stroking a plant on your skin, feeling the leaves of different plants. You're tactile. And these are fireflies, and the spider eats a fly. So, but it's a firefly. It's got more energy. It can glow at night. It's a different type of fly. It's a magical fly. Did the web attract the pentacle, or have you put the pentacle in the web and there's something in the pentacle? There's some kind of energy in the pentacle, like it's made of gold or platinum or silver. There's a chemical or molecular structure of something in the pentacle that's attracting the fireflies to your spider web. And the fireflies have another type of energy in them, and when the energy of the pentacle and the energy of the firefly comes together, there's this electrifying impulses through the web which stimulates you. We don't really know what that means as such. Okay, we're going to move on. I think there's big field poppies in one of the other readings as well. There, the King of Swords in Virgo. There was lots of poppies. And that was an owl, so it was another night creature. So yeah, the sunset energy is nighttime. There's a lot of energy and awakeness and activity at nighttime, which at the moment you may actually be someone that suffers insomnia and can't sleep. So having a sunset wind down routine, the sun gazing, switching off all your screens, a bit of reading if you can, a bath, doing everything you can to calm stuff down, even looking up something like the silver mind control method, where you're starting to control and manage your different states of consciousness, so you can automatically just put yourself into an alpha brainwave lake, put yourself into a theta, and put yourself into a delta, and just relax and shut down your body so you actually sleep properly. Chatting with yourself before you go to sleep to do some dream time sleep reprogramming if there's something specifically consciously you know that you want or need. But for us, our conscious mind is the one that's domesticated and conditioned and can actually make perceived mistakes. And so it may be that you want to leave it up to the intelligence of your body to know what, and hand the power over to the intelligence of your heart and your body, because that will know what's best in the holistic health and well-being of your body, of what it needs at night to completely heal and recuperate, because that's what's happening. Your body's charging up like a battery when you put a dead battery to charge on overnight. So let's see what the woodland wardens have to say. Thank you, Elder. Number 11. So justice cards come into play, especially the justice cards come into play, which is Libra, North Node in Libra. No, South Node in Libra. Where your nodes in your chart. Where's Libra in your chart? But this looks like this is a goat. Goats related to Capricorn. Capricorn and Libra are both on the cardinal axes. What's the cardinal axes in your chart? The goat and willow, overcoming obstacles. And we just said about Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil card, and it is about overcoming obstacles and learning self-discipline to gain moderation to overcome obstacles where we do things so we don't feel our way through challenging emotions. So is there a willow tree near you? Is there a farm of goats on near you with baby goats? Going to watch baby goats bleat and dance. You might be able to milk them. Connection to willow trees and goats. You can make things with willow. Maybe there's a workshop that you could go to where you can make a willow basket. Or maybe you've got some space or garden or some land. Maybe you could plant some willow trees. They grow really quickly. And then you could harvest your own willow and make things with it. And we've just noticed in this moment that our 3 candles, one's gone out and we're down to 2. 11 is second tier 2. Second tier 2 could be 2 2s. 22 is the number of intuition. So spending time with goats or baby animals and willow of whatever form. It might be just that you buy a book on willow with pictures, or it may be that you buy a pre-made basket of willow. And now it's reminding 22 is the master number of intuition. It's the master builder number. We're just talking about willows and building some baskets. This connection of your sensory systems is building and developing. 11 looks like a 2, the high priestess, is developing your intuitive skills to overcome the obstacles. And even though that's a goat, it almost kind of, no, I was going to say it looks a bit like a Bambi, a baby deer of the patterns, but there's only a couple of markings on it that looks like that. But it's very jolly and it's rearing up, pretending to be a goat, being like a kid again and pretending to be a goat and bleating. if we just look at the patternology here, you've got the footprint, so it's going up in a diagonal line from bottom left up to top right, and the goat's doing the same thing. So you've got that diagonal pointed force energy going up. Or maybe it's not going up. Maybe it's the diagonal lines going to the V shape, all going to the point, the central vortex point of the spider web. Which is bringing in Taurus's the bonus card came out kind of like before all the readings, but it specifically came out in Taurus. So I don't know if any of that helps, but that's all we're getting coming through out there on the patternology. So in us, for us, that means that it's not a flowing like it was before, but that makes sense because we're still on our own healing journey and connecting journey. And Ophiuchus, you bring stuff together for us. A wider spider web is bringing stuff together. It has to be woven and brought it together. Pinpointed, focused attention from one of the Yoga Sutras, from a Patanjali Yoga Sutras perspective. So you may want to type into Ecosia. It's an eco-friendly search engine that plants trees. Pinpointed, focused attention or focused attention, Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And if we remember, we'll put a link down below to something like that so you can look at it. To the green wood. Seek comfort and acceptance and be kind to yourself. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that we were saying about the feet and nurturing your feet and your arms, just, yeah, you need some love and some nurturing and some gentle time. You've got a house on your back there. You look sad, feeling weighed down. You're looking for something, but you're not quite ready to get there yet. And that actually looks like your tail. You've got a very long tail. You've got a very long tail, if that's your tail. It's the same colour as you. Take a rest, Ophiuchus. Be gentle on yourself. Lay down and take a rest. Okay? So I hope you enjoy your rest. I hope you enjoy being gentle on yourself. That was the other energies for Earth were, but for yours it was a very still, calming energy. So it's like you're the container of the other energies, and you have to hold that form, you have to hold that space. And so to do that, you have to know your energy well. You need to take rest, you need to be nurtured, and you need to take breaks. But you need to do this for yourself. You can get it from others, but the most important thing is to do it for yourself. So I hope that helps, Ophiuchus. We want to go and take a rest now. We just want to go, but we need to close down the valve of the earth elemental consciousness first. So thank you so much, Ophiuchus, for allowing us to embrace the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perceptions. It's been a pleasure. Be kind to yourself and accept yourself and take that rest. Bye. So a bit of a shake up, a bit of a stir, a bit of a for the earth elemental consciousness closing valves energy. Thank you so much, Earth Elemental Consciousness, for allowing us to experience the quantum realms through your energetic lenses and filters of perceptions, broken down into the parts of the Earth Astro signs. That was quite a journey. It truly was. And we are, I was going to say, we're feeling calm. We're feeling stable. So let's just change over. Yeah. We're feeling calm. We're feeling stable. We've just come from Ophiuchus' energies. So the rest is going to take place soon. So what have we got to close off? Your forest fae wants to run away. Not quite ready to close off yet. Not quite ready to close off. Why are you not ready to close off? You're sad. Feeling sad about saying goodbye. Apprehensive about the change. Apprehension turns to excitement. Santaro's reading for Saturday the 5th of August. Okay, well, let's see what the cards are telling us. 23, Adele, legacy, original birthright. There's no need to be sad. Well, no, it's not our place to say there's no need to be sad. That's a perfectly healthy emotion. And if you're sad, you embrace it. It's much healthier to feel sad and embrace it and do what it is you need to do and allow until the feelings can flow through you, but to feel them, to feel the sadness, to see where it is in the body. Where in your body do you feel sad? What posture and position do you want to go in? What room in the house do you want to be in? Do you want to curl up on the couch? Do you want to snuggle up in bed? Do you have pets you snuggle up with? You know, have you self-medicated with food, alcohol, smoking? Experience the sadness, because when we experience the sadness, we can embrace the energies and the colors of shadows in a much different way. Rather than the shadows being dark and cold and lonely, the shadows can become a source of inspiration. And it's the source of inspiration that leads you to your legacy, your original birthright, which is aligned. We're in 2023. 23 is the shorthand of the year today. It's energetically aligned. By the end of the year, there'll be connections and understanding and clarity around what your original birthright is and what the legacy is that you want to leave behind. And it might just, just being human and learning to play and live in these human bodies and allowing consciousness God to be able to express itself through our individual lenses and filters of perceptions as our individual authentic human beings that just truly unconditionally love ourselves and accept ourselves. What defines you? Your family, their possessions, or all they leave to you through inheritance? Is that a state fated to define you from birth, written into your body codes? Or will you seek your original birthright, move past all that falsely defines you, and find the fuller truth of thyself? What frequency is the true you? Claim that. Do you know the true you? Do you know the truth, your true frequency? Do you even understand that terminology? This is the symbol that Christians use as well. What does Christianity mean to you? We're just seeing like a walking fish now. We know you've got the flying fish. We've seen them. That's pretty impressive. And we've got a kind of sense, because we don't have imagery, we don't see anything inside, but we've got a sense of a fish walking on its fins. But I think that's from an advert or a cartoon. When you're in a sleeping bag and you're in a sleeping bag and you stand up in a sleeping bag and you kind of walk and you waddle, that kind of waddling position might have some sort of benefit to you, even if it's just having childlike play fun again. And the green is standing out. It's kind of got that fluorescent green to start with, that fluorescent kind of like toxic chemical toxic chemical green, and releasing it. And then it turns to that young, bright, new growth of a seedling green rather than an old leaf that's a darker green. Okay. Page of Swords. Is that a ferret? All white. There's a lot of white in there. Very contrast from a lot of dark in here. Do you have any white pets, any white animals around? We're going to read this one. We've not done that for the others. A page is like the Page of Swords is a new, like a beginner's mind, but like a teenage beginner's mind rather than like a baby starter energy, which is about identity. It's about your finding you when you reach puberty and you start finding your own identity. It is, do you know, like, do you know yourself? Do you know your true self? And swords in the tradition, read in a traditional way, means the mind, the intellect, the air energy. For us, from an energetic perspective, your heart chakra is the elemental of air, and so for us, the swords are interconnected between the mind and the intellect that's perceived up here. For us, though, there's a mind and a consciousness in every single bacterial community, cellular community in our body. And so there's a new sense of identity available to you that's wired and filtered through the connection of your heart elemental consciousness and your traditional thinking of your intellect mind elemental consciousness, air elemental consciousness, and every single cell in your body, which means that to know yourself fully, you have to know your body fully, you have to know your breath fully, you have to experience it. Yeah, experience it and get to know it. I'm sure this probably says something quite different. You got your foot on the sword, and again, you're looking back to your legacy, to your original birthright. So you're skeptical. For the Page of Swords, I chose the black-footed ferret. Black-footed, okay. It's a ferret, we got that right. Thanks to a customer's suggestion. This adorable creature is also one of the most endangered and was once considered to be extinct. So you're rare. You're very rare. Ferrets can be fun pets as well. We don't know anyone that's... Do we know? Yeah, we do know someone that's had a ferret. And it was a white ferret. So ferrets can be real fun pets as well. It wasn't that soft. We like soft fur. I think it was a bit wiry, but that might have just been the species. But you're a rare type of ferret. Well, the Page of Swords is about fortitude. And well, I think climbing your way back from extinction shows a whole lot of fortitude. The Page of Swords has the heart of an activist as passion, conviction, and a quest for truth collide. So you're fighting your way back from extinction? Have you been in some really dark times that's been depressed? You've maybe even had dark thoughts that could have led to dark places, but you've managed to get yourself out of them. Has the heart of an activist as passion. This was the opening card of, this is why we needed to read it, wasn't it? This was the opening card, the opening valve, the Liffruma card for the opening valve reading, which was impassioned. So is the heart, is passion, and you lost this connection. Your heart became disconnected, but you found it again. The Page of Swords has the heart of an activist as passion, conviction, and a quest for truth collide. And that's what we were saying about your heart and your mind and your cells and it all coming together. We're getting emotional. When this card appears, it may signal a situation requiring you to confront a difficulty or get out of your comfort zone. The Page of Swords is energy, creates tests or lessons that stimulate growth. We were just saying about how this, once you got rid of the toxins, this toxic chemical green turned into a new seedling growth green, weren't we? When combined with a sword's energy, your test centers around beliefs, your ability to see a situation to power. This hurdle may seem overwhelming at times. However, if you possess the mental gift to find success, the wisdom you gain from this experience will create a whole new world of opportunities. So first of all, find out what your definition of success is. Is your definition of success aligned with the conventional, domesticated, conditioned, materialistic world of success and money? Because you get many people that get the house, get the marriage, get the kids, get the money, and they still end up feeling that emptiness and that void inside. And so for us, our thing of success is a connection to our heart. It's knowing ourselves. It is being alive and wanting to live and appreciating life. It's about not living from the perspective of mental mind belief systems, but living through a heart value based system which allows for a huge array of diversified and even opposing belief systems. But because your values align, it doesn't matter about the belief systems. We need that diversity, just like we need the diversity in our gut biome to have a healthy gut. Humans are the gut biome of Mother Earth, and we need diversity in culture. We need diversity in belief systems. But when we're all aligned with fundamental core values from the heart of compassion, of unconditional love, of caring for nature and animals and children, of equality, but understanding sometimes it can't be a direct equality, but that is respect and equanimity. And to understand that the belief systems are there to keep us safe. And so when we do start taking belief systems away or transferring them or changing them, so how does that happen? It's like when we're made aware of something from a new perspective, we chat to people, we talk, go, oh, we hadn't thought of it like that before. That's a new awareness. That's the moment where we can choose to embrace the other person's way of thinking, not take their way of thinking, but go, okay, let's put ourselves in their shoes some more. Let's think about that. Where does my belief system come from? Is it cultural? Is it religion? Is it from the school I went to? Is it from my mum or my dad or grandparents or friends? And to understand that when we do unravel the belief systems, and epigenetics, Bruce Lipton, is all about belief systems or not. So when we first discovered that, it's like, oh, well, it's about not having any belief systems, but that's too big a jump. Our mind needs to be gentle with things, because if we take belief systems away, or stuff can get opened up or expanded too quickly, it can shatter the mind, and our mind can be fragile. So we do have to dance with an integrity and a sensory feeling, and not a immature child's want and need for now, mine. It's a share, breathe. Okay, you can have a go. I'll have a go. Let's see it from this angle. Let's put this lens up. What does it look like in black and white? Exploration. The Page of Swords represents youthful energy and may also indicate that although you are passionate about fighting for something you believe in, there is a risk of being perceived as immature or possessing a childlike idealism. And so people that are angry and don't necessarily know why they're angry can project it outwards and hurt others, can project it inwards and hurt themselves, or can direct that energy in a perceived beneficial way, like being a peaceful, or an unbeneficial way, like being an aggro-violent activist for nature, or a peaceful activist for nature. But there's still, that anger comes from something which they're not looking at in themselves. We need to understand where our emotions are coming from, not understand from an intellectual point of view, but understand from an experiential, intuitive body point of view, because we can understand stuff up in the mind, but if our mind's not connected to our heart, there's going to be this fragmentation, this dissociation, this disconnection, and it will just be this repeating these same cycles and not getting anywhere. So if we are doing a talking therapy or mind intellectual understanding, to do breath work and to do body work, so that we're doing mind, body, breath, soul, we're doing it all together. The breath, yoga, is the union, it's the yoking of mind, body and soul, using the breath as the tool to yoke it. The ferret brings a playful quality and is known for its inquisitive nature. Call upon the ferret when you need to win over others, as this curious creature will provide you with the energy to do your research. So that's standing out for us. Call upon the ferret when you need to win over others, as this curious creature will provide you with the energy to do your research. So research, energy, curiosity, and win over others. When you call upon the ferret, you find engagement with others will yield important information, as you will find the questions, the answers that will solve your problems will pop right into your head. So it's otter energies. It is reminding us of an otter. Otter is the Native American Indian astrology symbol, or energy for Aquarius. Aquarius is the water bearer, the carrier of emotions, but an air sign. What was coming to us then? So win over others. Win over others for us isn't coming up necessarily as other people. It could be other people, but it's others, situations, goals, targets, experiences. And it could be that the answers pop into your head, but it's from a book, or it's not, so it doesn't need to be so literal. It could be what you're watching on TV, or a film, or a series, or a news article. Although we suggest to, if you watch the news, we suggest not to watch it more than once a day, and maybe even to listen to it rather than watch it. We stopped watching and listening and reading the news years ago, way before it became fashionable to not listen to it. When we were in the van, we went to the Off-Grid festival. That was where it was. And it was a talk from the lady who founded Positive News magazine or newspaper. We can't really remember when that was, but maybe 2013, 2014. So but almost a decade ago. Black-footed ferret, curiosity, playfulness, and resourcefulness. So it looks like the black-footed ferret are the energies for you to call upon to facilitate awareness and clarity and focus that embeds and includes fun and playfulness in the direction that you're moving forward in all aspects of your life. All aspects of your life, not just like your career and financial, but in everything. And so your woodland wardens, to go with this, that says XLIV. L's 50, X is 10, so 40, 10 from 50s, 40s. It's 44. You've got 44 again. That came up here in, yeah, 44, 44, 6th house of Virgo. So Virgo has a clue to the closing down valve energies. And epigenetics belief system, and Bruce Lipton and belief systems, which is what we just read in this book, because that's what that 44 connects us to. The hawk and thistle. Graceful persistence. Persistence is like perseverance, which in the numerology oracle cards is the number 44. For us relates to stability, groundedness, firm foundations. It's the Emperor card in the tarot, which is about the empire, which needs structure and earth energies. The hawk's got a keen eye. Thistle, milk thistle is meant to be really beneficial. Maybe milk thistle will be something looking into for you. And also, I don't know if you've got any relatives. See, we've got a card, 2 cards up there, and one of them is just this, purple thistles on it, from our uncle. So that could be, maybe you're going to receive some communication from an uncle, or from an uncle and auntie, but from another generation, or just from a family member. Maybe you're going to receive communication from a family member, which would connect into that one and winning over others to gain resource. So it might be a family member that's going to bring in some clarity of information and insights, which helps regain this playful, fun energy to incorporate into all aspects of your life. The hawk and the thistle. What else do we know about hawks? The keen eye. Hawks are different to eagles. You've got sparrow hawks as well. They're pretty big birds, bird of prey. Graceful persistence. So it's not like a perseverance that's tiring. It's a graceful, I can't get up today. I'm going to have a bed day, but I'll just do a little bit of work in bed and I'll take it easy. Next day, still get up a bit later, but then you actually finally make it up. You're just elegant and graceful in the way you do things, whether you're on a down day, an up day. There's a balance in your step. There's a gracefulness in your step. There's a gratitude in the way you do things. So just looking up somewhere about hawk medicine and thistle medicine, milk thistle, purple. The hawk is looking to the black-footed ferret, which is looking to your original birthright. 44, 0, 8, 1, 11, 2. That's a 1. 11 is 2 ones. 3 minus 2 is 1. 1, 11, 11. This year, November the 11th. Could be impact. This year, 11, 11. That's the 11th of November, and it was the 31st of October of the opening valve with the pumpkins. So the 31st of October to the 11th of November is a portal. No way. When are the eclipses? The eclipses are around about then. Hold on, we've got our phone here and we have it on our... Let's just go into our phone. Okay, so the eclipses this year are October the 14th at 6, well, this is our UTC time where we are, 6:54 p.m. and it's Libra, 21 degrees 7. And then the next one, and that's a solar eclipse. And then the lunar eclipse is on October the 28th, which is a 10:10, which is a 1:1. And that's at 9:23 p.m. There's the 23 again. So those eclipses from the 14th of October to the 20 and the 28th, that eclipse tunnel. If you want to see, this is just something we have. We can't. This is just AstroSeek. It's the 5-year eclipse thing. So you might want to get that, open that up on a page. To the eclipses on the 14th and the 28th are very empowering energies for you to harness if you choose. And when you do, then 3 days from the 28th, then you've got 29th and the 30th. So you've got 2 days, there's the one in between, to be calm and rest. And then from the 31st, we won't do that finger like that, from the 31st of October to the 11th of November is when something could happen that gives you insight to your original birthright and your legacy through a family member with your alert eye and thistle and your graceful persistence. So you have to, you can't just expect it to fall you on your lap. You have to, it's less is more. You do have to put a bit of effort in, but it's about working smarter, not harder. And there's going to be clarity. Okay. And so your last one, the Forest Fae, look at that, graceful persistence and keep on going. And again, you're looking that way. You're all looking back to your legacy and your original birthright. Trust in yourself. You have all you need. So the family member's not going to give you, we're not feeling that the family member's going to give you advice or anything. It might not be a family member. It might be a friend or someone that you think of family, or someone that you've known for years, or, like an auntie and uncle that they're not actually blood auntie or uncle. It's just a friend of one of your parents. And it's not going to be like you're asking them advice and they're giving it to you. It's just going to be in general conversation. Something's going to be said and something's going to happen that's just going to trigger something in a positive way, not a trigger in a bad way, where you get this hindsight, this clarity from in those energetic times. It might be that the conversation happens and you don't notice it in the conversation, but when you're in the eclipse tunnel, there's something that triggers you back to the memory of this conversation that happens from now until like the 14th or that October, mid-October, end of October, second half of October. And then if you rest and nurture in those 2 days before Halloween, from Halloween 31st to the 11th, then the sparks and the fireworks are gonna, when the sparks and the fireworks are gonna go off, the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November. So Halloween, bonfire night. That's all we're getting. It's this. It could be, it could be anything, but it'd be something specific to you. Or maybe that period's gonna be beneficial, but then it's not like until a few months later or 6 months later. Who knows? But that period of time, yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. Closing off Capricorn's energies. Thank you. Look at that. It's 4:22:40. 444. 444. The number 4. Adding up to 12. And this is 11:38. The perseverance. Well, thank you so much. We're turning you over again now. All of you back over and closed. All at 888 portals here. Thank you so much, Earth Elemental Consciousness, for allowing us to swim and dance and experience and perceive through your lenses and filters of perceptions. That was quite a journey that's taken us again through hours of it. Yeah, we because you're going to be watching this in the future when you're watching this to our now. And so what's just going on for us now is when the shorts for these actually go live for others to view. I mean, there's on here, it's on this big live, but people don't like watching long videos like this. We doubt many people would watch long videos like this. So we're feeling now it's going to be very influential because the energies are flowing through us. We feel that the messages that come through are for you and for us. And there's an integrity and a respect with it all and how it all dances in the quantum realms. And so when these get edited and these go up live, we're just, I don't know, it's just there's something that came to us then about the dates, and we're intrigued to when those dates would be, because we don't plan it. We've just got a system that kind of changes every so often. It's still pretty new to it all. At the moment, there's one video that goes out every 3 days on each channel. So some days get a couple of videos. And so it'd just be interesting to see when this comes out, which I don't think is going to be too far away from this moment, but it'll be your moment now and your presenceness and nowness and oneness. But you might not even see this because when we edited it, this bit might not be in it. Anyway, so that's it. We're going to close out the 2 candles left. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to say good night. So if you are watching this in your now moment, our future to now, which won't be our future to now, we'll just have a, oh, it's getting a bit complicated.